I think I know why. I think I actually know why. The women of today's world, they're looking for beta simp men. Now, that wasn't going to be today's topic, but what I've noticed is that that's what they want. The, uh, the programming, I was talking to a friend of mine this morning, and he mentioned the word programming. They have programmed you people to accept ideas and philosophies which have nothing to do with the reality that I grew up in. Maybe most people my age, and certainly people that are older than me, we did not grow up in a reality where a woman could train 6 or 7 hours a day in high school and or college for track and field, and then have like the highest and fastest scores, and then with and then of course they could compete and against women. Yeah, that's biological women. So I was talking to a friend of mine, and he was mentioning that women women's sports are now being dominated, which I already knew, but he just refreshed my memory. Women's sports are now being dominated by a guy, biologically male, that decides for some reason he wants to be a woman and then compete in track and field, which was the topic of the video. It was a Governor DeSantis, Florida. He's the governor of the state of Florida. And he passed a bill this morning, that's when I saw the video, that biological males born as a male are not allowed to compete in female sports, even if they identify as a woman. And the reason he did that is because he had some of the leading women's track and field participants from different states. And these women, one particular woman came on, but it's the typical story of women in track and field, basketball as well, that have competed their entire life from the time of a young age to race in track and field or whatever sport that they are competing in. And when this one woman got to high school, she was by far the fastest woman, and explained how she would train 6 hours a day to shave a tenth of a second off her time. And then two guys, biological males, somehow entered into the school she was in, and there was no more competition. She could never even come close to them by more than a half a second on the 100-yard dash, and more than a second on the 200-yard dash. So they were the girly men, girls. They were the biological males that identified as women that would go to the championships representing this woman's school, and they would win. Because in the video, Governor DeSantis and the woman that was complaining about this all are in agreement that men are built physically different than women and are faster and stronger in track and field and many other sports, and that there's no competition. If a man decides that he wants to be a woman and compete as a woman, well, biologically, physically, they're not the same. You take the best female boxer in the whole world. She can't even beat an amateur male boxer in the same weight division because they're just built different. Same thing for wrestling. And so this Governor DeSantis, he signed the bill on YouTube. I saw the video this morning. He signed the bill that if you were born biologically, what your birth certificate says on your birth certificate, if you were born a male, you cannot compete in the state of Florida in female sports, period. Didn't matter what sport it was. So, but you people, the person I was talking to, I won't mention his name unless he posts on here. You people have been programmed to believe this is perfectly okay. That it's perfectly okay for a woman to identify as a male and a male to identify as a woman. And you've been programmed to believe this stuff. So if you want to believe it, that's your, of course, I'm being politically correct, right? And it's very hard to do that right now also. I got to admit, I would like to say things that I'm not allowed to say. But if you are a man born biologically, then you should compete with other men. Scott Del Fuego, you are either a nut or a bolt. Doesn't change by calling yourself the other. And this is a rare moment in history. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for stopping by. This is a rare moment in history that Governor DeSantis is signing this bill and saying, I just repeated what he said during his speech. And because the political left, the nutcases that are running the funny farm now, these people that are running the government, just is proof that there is no God. They all sign an oath with their hand on the Bible to protect and preserve the Constitution of the United States and all this crap is going on. They're all supposed to. Do you realize? I'm getting off topic a little bit, but do you realize if you go into a court of law and you lie and or perjure yourself, you can go to jail for 7 years? And these people do this all day long, day in and day out. I watched on my cell phone, because my computer was off, a few days this week, some what they call argument, where that piece of human fecal tissue with arms and legs, I forgot his name, one of the politicians, was pleading his case to Joe Biden to close or at least send somebody to the borders to look. And then each senator or congresswoman or congressman in progression, I had it on in the background while I was doing something else. Each person had 5 minutes to send their heartfelt, sincerest speech to the president to please close the borders. 200 to 300,000 people a month are coming in to the country, and each one of these Congress people are all in agreement. Well, these were supposedly Republicans, but they're really what they call rhinos. They're all liars. They're all liars, okay? These liars, this is all they do all day is talk. They don't do anything anymore. And they lie about everything else. Do you realize that Joe Biden's bill, one of the bills that they passed 2 weeks ago started out at 200 pages. Okay? And that was what they handed out. And they had 1 week to read this new stimulus package bill. It had something to do with Joe Biden's stimulus package bill. So they had 200 pages to read. A few days later, it went up to like 11 or 1,200 pages. And then by the time the bill was put before them to vote on it, it was 2,000 plus pages of legal jargon. Well, even like a gaggle of lying lawyers, political lawyers that knew the political system and how to work the system, a dozen lawyers couldn't cross-reference what was in 2,000 plus pages in the bill. And the bill calls for sending Kamala Harris to, what was it? Not Peru, Guatemala, with $800 million to give the president and the administrators in Peru, $800 million to ask his people not to come to America illegally. This world is completely out of control. And YouTube is pretty much a direct reflection of the out of control world that we live in. We have people, and you know who you are, that believe that when you see a blogger feeding 3 pigs at a trough, that it's good to give them money so the pigs can have enough food for what, 1, 2, 3 days now? You think this is normal? And then to pay them to have sex with them, with him. Okay, you think that's normal? You think that's normal? Are you completely insane? 3 obese, fantastically obese women, and you people are giving a blogger that makes, quote unquote, according to him, $6,500 in retirement funds. You're giving him money to feed 3 women that weigh well over 250 pounds each at about 5'3". And you think that's normal? This is not normal. This is just not normal. It's not normal for when I grew up. And if you think that that's normal, to give somebody that already is collecting $6,500 a month, even to give them a thumbs up, asshole, and you know who I'm talking about, even to give them a thumbs up, to comment on the page and say, great content. This is psychologically and mentally unfit for the time and mindset of the world I grew up in. You could watch it as humor. You could watch it as to watch the disgusting display of no moral turpitude whatsoever. And you think this is normal. Why would you give a guy that makes $6,500 a month, why would you send him hundreds of dollars a day sometimes so that he can feed 3 superbly obese prostitutes, and he makes no bones about it, and pay 3 prostitutes to be with this man while he pops Viagra and drinks alcohol? Where is the normalcy in this? There is none. And there is no normalcy in a male competing in a female competition. So with that, that's my opinion, okay? You people are mentally depraved. And the guy who knows who I'm talking about, with the thumbs up and the thumbs up and the thumbs up and the great content, I have asked all of you people, if you think that's great content and you want to come to my channel, just don't talk to me. I don't really want to talk to you. And several people that I know that were friends of mine on my channel are on that guy's channel day and night and day. Hundreds of comments. Something is wrong with you too, in my opinion. So I don't know, not only do I not want people that go there and comment and give him praise on my channel, I'm not going to respond to your comments. So please don't make any mistake about this. I don't want you on my channel. And in regards to the people that watch my videos and want to talk to me, I don't want to talk to you. I explain this to you people many times. Okay, I'm the only YouTuber in the Philippines that's actually showing you how to do physical work, talking to you about what it's like living here, the globe For instance, my computer still won't work. It took 2 more hours. Took 2 hours with the technician playing around to get Chrome to work. He couldn't get Chrome on my computer. When he left, the problem of my phone shutting off when I make a phone call in 2 or 3 minutes was not solved. I could make a phone call for 2 or 3 minutes and it cuts out. But we pay for the full internet service. My internet was intermittent today several times early this morning for no apparent reason. I had to restart the modem up on the ceiling twice. And I made 100 phone calls plus, 100 phone calls plus to Globe. Took 6+ hours at 2 minutes per phone call, and even requesting, if we get disconnected, please call me back. And one lady named Eve, she acquiesced to my request, and we got a work order in for my house yesterday, but it took 1 phone call to her and 4 phone calls back from her to me because the phone shut off every 2 minutes. When the technician came, he never heard of this problem before, but he saw the problem existed. He has no idea how to fix it. He called up a supervisor in Globe. They don't have any idea how to fix it. They've never heard of it. So I'm the only person that actually gives you actual things. You hear of what the Philippines is really like living here, not some fantasy story that you can live in an apartment for $90 a month. Yeah, you could. You could get an apartment for $90 a month. But the apartment has, but where is the apartment? Are you in a cornfield or a sugarcane field 2 miles from the main road? Or are you in what they call a slum, where whatever you own in life should be able to be put in a backpack, so when you leave your apartment, you can leave the door open because there's no way to keep it safe in the apartment. If you want to live for $90 a month, that's how you can live for $90 a month. Or you could live in a thatched hut with a door with no lock on it at all, and that's $90 a month. But you can't live in a real human apartment for $90 a month. And you hear oh yeah, you can live here, you can live here. Yeah, look where they live. Look outside the room where they live, or the door or the window where they live. Walk through the neighborhood where they live in the daytime so that you could see the sewer water that's overflowing on the sidewalks and the troughs in front of their door that they have to walk over, and walk through the neighborhood at night and see how that works out for you. You people, you want me to talk to you? Really? You want to identify with Michael Fazio? You want to converse with me? I already explained this to you. I don't want to talk to anybody except my friends, my Patreon members, and or people that donate to PayPal. Anything short of that, I'm not interested in having a conversation. I'm not even interested in acknowledging your comments. You're allowed to comment, but I have no need to talk to you and to take time away from what I deem useful for me during the course of the day. When you went to work, were you allowed to just stop working to talk to people all day, on and off all day? Did you go to work and then say, well, I worked 70 hours, but I'm only going to charge my boss for 45 because I talk to other people? I don't need you. And if you want to leave comments, feel free to do so. But I would prefer you don't comment at all. Just sit back and watch the show. And if you want to comment, leave comments, but don't expect me to respond to your comments. And I still, even after I've explained it several times, I still have people commenting to me, like asking me questions. Forget that. Either become a member of my Patreon account, and I'm removing all the lower extremities of my Patreon account. New Patreon members will start at $20 per membership. As soon as I can get my computer up and running properly, all new Patreon members will start at $20 per membership. The ones that are on my Patreon account under $20, all but one are going to remain. One is going to disappear shortly. And I have my reasons for that. And it's not Luca. Luca is a friend of mine. So Luca, if you're listening, you're definitely, because Luca and I have these great conversations. So, but it is somebody. And short of that, let me read the comment from my friend, Scott Del Fuego. Okay, because he has been my confidant and friend, and also a Patreon member, and also, in general, a true friend, a man that you could be friends with. And so I know he left a comment. So Scott says, "Greetings, Mr. Fazio. A pleasure to enjoy your broadcast. Much more worthwhile to make a small contribution to a real man's dream. For this knowledge," and the comment got cut off, but thank you, Scott. So what we're going to do, Andrew, I'll tell you what happened. Andrew, I thought I was Xing out of a page, but I X'd out of Google. And without having Microsoft, without having purchased the Microsoft Word program, I was trying to remember one of my codes for the code for Skype. And couldn't remember it. I did find it eventually, but by the time I tried it twice, they locked me out. Okay, so what we're going to do today, thank you for your assistance. I'll probably go online today and purchase Microsoft Word. I haven't looked because I've been working on a couple of things, and I decided to rebuild these glasses here. These glasses were, the wire had come loose, and also they had paint on them, and also there's a problem with the hinge on this one. So I got a box of glue, a 2-part epoxy, and I'm going to epoxy around the frames. But first, I'm going to build another pair of glasses like this. So I have an X-Acto saw for modeling. It's a very thin modeling cutting edge. I don't know how thick it is, a 1/64 of an inch, and it's for balsa wood models or plastic modeling, and it goes into a handle, but the handle I don't use. And then for that also I have a set of drill bits. Real men have drill bits from 3.5 inches down to this size here, which is 1/16 of an inch. So I'm going to be using a 1/16 drill bit, and I'm going to be using some galvanized steel safety wire. It's a high-grade safety wire for that, and I already did a few jobs this morning. One of them was when you buy this cheese cutter. Oh, this was my family's. It's like a family heirloom. My dad bought this probably back in the 1960s. It was even made in Taiwan at the time. But my dad bought this, and it's a cheese cutter, and it's got an aluminum pipe, and it had a little wire that went across the front of the pipe. And what you do is you put it on the cheese, and depending on the angle, that's how they get the small thin slices or a thick slice of cheese. Well, this has to be replaced could be a month, every 5 months. It depends on how many times it bends, how much cheese you cut. So I replaced the wire on here, and I replaced the galvanized wires on here, cleaned up the glasses a little bit, and then I'm going to take real men have tools, you know. Real men use tools. Real men know how to use real tools. So in this box here, it's a Fabisco cookie box with an F. They make a lot of products in the Philippines, the same color, the same logo almost, and the same spelling almost, so that you'll buy a Fabisco thinking it's the sister or brother of Nabisco. And this is the mixing tray for the glue. These are the two-part epoxy, part A and B I have in here, and might as well get those out. So one is blue, so you don't make a mistake, and one is red. Now what you got to do when you mix this epoxy up, never take the blue epoxy out and put it on the mixing palette. Never take and then use the same spoon or dauber to get the red epoxy out. Because if you put the blue epoxy dauber into the red epoxy, it'll make the red epoxy go off. So you don't use the same dauber or dipping or spoon or whatever you're going to use. So for that I have different daubers. So this is one dauber. I'm showing you people how to mix epoxy without screwing up. You could have I don't know how much the epoxy was, $12 or something like that. If you put the blue epoxy dauber in the red epoxy, you could throw it away. That's $12. So you got to use two different daubers. So you can use the same size. These just happen to be different sizes, and they're already broken in. You could see there's epoxy on here, and it's hard now. So once it gets hard, it doesn't matter. So we'll be using that product. We're going to be using a flashlight so that I can see the finer intricacies of the glasses and the work I'm going to do. I have a piece of, I would think that this is teak, because the termites, you could see the termite damage, and you could see the termites have been on here and they ate what was next to this, but they didn't attack this piece of wood. Now, and that's, I'll teach you something else. Teak has what they call aromatic oil in it, and that oil in teak makes worms from the ocean, sea worms, and termites, and other wood-boring creatures. It repels them naturally. There's an oil in here that repels any kind of bugs that eat wood. So I'll be working with that as not to drill holes in my computer table. And what other tools? We'll be using a jeweler's screwdriver to do some work. And right now I will set up. Right now I'm going to set up the glasses and then turn the camera down to the I'm going to get the 1/16 drill bit out of here. Now this is high grade steel. It's a HUOT from St. Paul. This is high grade drill steel. So this is the size of the bit that I'll be using. It's just a little thicker than the wire because I'm going single wire. I'm not using that copper wire. The copper wire, I used it last time, but the copper is a malleable material. Malleable means it's easy to bend and it's easy to stretch. So even over a short period of time, the flexing of the glasses stretched the copper wire and the lenses popped out of here. So I replaced it with the galvanized wire, which will not stretch. And I drilled new holes in it. So I will eventually be putting epoxy in this area here, in the corners here, and the corner here, and then around the bottom where this wire is, a little bit, just drops, like just a few drops, and then the same thing on the inside. I will be putting the same on the opposite side wherever the wire is. I'll be putting the epoxy on there. I'm also going to put some orange I don't know what you call orange ribbon, because it helps when I put these down. Now, what happened last week? Now you got these idiots. Why do you paint your glass? Why do you put orange? Because last week I put my glasses down on a box, and they fell on the floor, and they fell in between two rocks that were about 8 inches down. There's about an 8-inch space from top to bottom, and the glasses fell vertical like this, and I couldn't find my glasses. I thought I put them there, and when I went back to look for them, they were gone. And then I looked in the rocks and I couldn't see them, and it was getting dark, and I got the flashlight out and looked in the rocks and looked in the rocks and looked underneath the cargo container, and finally I saw a glare just come off the edge of the glass from a different angle. So had I had the orange on there, I would have been able to pick it up right away. So we're going to be working with we're going to be putting the orange on this. I think I'll do this first, because this gets a coat of a double coat of Crazy Glue, or the Philippines version of Crazy Glue. So you just wrap that on there really tight like that, as tight as you could get it. And then, yeah, just to do something like this, I'm going to be working on these glasses for about an hour. The new glasses for about an hour, hour and a half. And the old glasses already have that much work into them already. And now you cannot buy a decent pair of reading glasses in the Philippines. This is what I mean. I tell you, people, you can't buy a good pair of reading glasses in the Philippines. And if you can, I've never been able to find them. You can spend $26 for a pair of reading glasses. They say that these are the good ones. You go to an optical supply, and you say, are these the good, are those lenses glass? Yes, sir, they're glass. But they're soft plastic, because they call those things they're selling for $26 glasses. Therefore, the lenses are glass. So if you come to the Philippines and you need reading glasses, you need to go to readers.com and buy reading glasses. Now, me, personally, I have about, I bought 15 pairs of glasses. Now, you've heard the idiot, the closet dweller. Why does he have a box of glasses? I have a box of glasses, to the idiot, direct directly I'm telling the idiot why I have a box of glasses for 100th time, because to the idiot, the closet dweller. Not that anybody really pays attention to him, but the reason I have a pair of box of glasses, these are just a few pairs I have in here, is I have 4.0, 4.5, 5, 5.5, and 6s. And the number 6. These are 5.5s. These are 4.0. This is for the idiot that can't get it through his head why I have 10 different pairs of reading glasses. I have them because on some days you might need a pair of four glasses, 4.0, if you're doing work that's 3 feet away from your face. But if you're doing work that's 10 inches away from your face, you need a 5.0. If you're doing fine, no problem. Scott, you can post anything you like at all times. Thank you for posting in the first place. So if you're doing really fine work, like, I don't know, whatever really fine work is for you, that not that any of you people know how to do work anymore. I mean, you've all become lethargic. You basically have become useless eaters. Henry Kissinger had it right. He said that you're all a bunch of useless eaters, and you are all becoming useless eaters. Take the slob. Take the slob. What purpose does the slob serve in life? I'm being serious now. I'm not being facetious. I'm not knocking the slob for his disgusting, filthy, animalistic, inbred, hygienically disgusting habit that he has of wiping the sweat off the back of his neck and then wiping underneath his armpits and then wiping the sweat out of his hair, and then he wipes his face and his lips. He's an animal with cash in his pocket. That's what he is, an animal with cash in his pocket. Hygienically, people do things hygienically behind closed doors, but they don't wipe under their armpits the sweat off the back of your nape of your neck, the sweat from your armpits themselves, the sweat from behind your ears, the dander and sweat off your face, and then wipe his eyes and then wipes his mouth. He's an animal with cash in his pocket. So, I try to teach you people something, but I don't understand. You would prefer to give the slob money to feed three of the most obese women I've ever seen in my life sitting at a table, than just continuously eating. And I saw one yesterday. This is something scientific for the slob. I think to the slob, I know he's going to see this comment. I don't care if he does or he don't. The guy is a slob. And his nose, when he goes like this, he even looks like a pig. Okay? But the slob had put one of those women, this had to be one of the funniest moments on YouTube history. He put I don't know how much the girl weighs. I know she weighs 250 pounds, and I think she's about 5'3". She could weigh more, a few pounds more or less. She could be an inch or so taller or shorter, but the slob put her on. This is scientific shit. This is the kind of shit where Archimedes and that other guy who invented the Archimedes screw and Leonardo da Vinci, they could all get together. If they could all get together now and be alive to watch this disgustingly obese woman on this treadmill yesterday, they could figure out how strong her ankles are, maybe. Everything has a breaking limit. That woman, those ankles had to be some of the strongest ankles I've ever seen. Those were structural ankles on that on that 250 plus pound woman. She was on the tread machine, and the ankles were, those are stand-up ankles, dude. So he might be able to somehow do something scientific with those ankles. I don't know. I don't know what you could do scientific with them ankles. You could definitely, maybe you could break a record. How much weight and the velocity and how much, pounding strength is going down from the lower leg bone to the foot itself. I mean, there had to be a tremendous amount, thousands of pounds of inch, thousands of pounds of, PSI, pounds per square inch. That was one of the most obese women I've ever, and she, oh God, that was some amazing shit on YouTube, yeah? Okay, so let me see what just dropped. Get the old light. Brown. Only a pen. Okay, so we don't need the pen. So what I'm going to do is, okay, so now hygienically, with the when he wipes underneath his arms and then the back of his neck, that is disgusting. That's just disgusting. But what's even more disgusting is when he was in the pool yesterday, and he said, "I wish I could tell you what she tastes like." I know exactly what she tastes like. She tastes exactly like the last 14 men that she was with. Put it in one of those old blenders that they made a milkshake out of, and that's what she tastes like. Anyone who supports a slob like that is a slob themselves, definitely. There's no reason. First of all, the guy makes $6,500 a month. That's, God bless him. I don't care about that. He thinks I'm jealous of that. If I was jealous of that, that means I would have to be him. And I would have to go around telling people, right, you have no idea how good she tastes. His mother, maybe, or father, maybe, or sisters, maybe, or his children are watching these shows. And he thinks it's entertainment. I don't know. I look at it as a form of entertainment, but not entertaining. I don't know how much he makes. I don't care how much he makes, Pat. I could care less about that. That's not. He's never. He's never going to catch up with the fun, the toys, and the fun I've had in my life. So I can't. I would never be jealous of his earnings or anybody else's earnings. But that he says he makes $6,500. See, I'm a different type of person. If I say something, it's probably going to happen. Believe me when I tell. Now I made that the first part of the statement. If I tell you something's probably going to happen, it's probably going to happen. And if I say something, it's probably true, even more than probably going to happen. So you guys put that in the back of your feather in your cap or whatever, stick it wherever you think. But if I tell you something's going to happen, probably going to happen. When you least expect it, there'll be a hotel. Or something else that I have said is going to happen. Going to happen. Just when you guys should be grateful there's a lockdown. You really should be grateful there's a lockdown. And people can't move around like they would like to. I mean, the slob is intimidating and cursing and ridiculing and mocking dozens of people. That other piece of shit up in near Manila, Subic Bay, he does the same thing. He does the same thing. I don't know what he thinks inside his head, or they think inside their head. when you start mocking 6 or 7 different people and trying to destroy them and their channels and shit like that, you don't know, you really don't know what some people are capable of. And the lockdown prevents a lot of those events from happening. So let me I'm going to start with this crazy glue here. Regardless of how much money the guy makes, why would you give a man money to hire a prostitute to take her out to dinner? Why would you do that? Regardless of money, no money, thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands. Why would you give a man money to hire a prostitute? I just don't get that part of it. There's there's nothing in my mind that would justify that. So, as Andrew said, if you give a person money to do that, you are just as sick as he is. That's a fact. Jack! That's a fact. Okay, so I have a new... Now, this stuff is not crazy glue, but it works the same. It's 50 pesos per container. But what they're doing now, if you remember, these used to come about 3/4 full, right up to this line. Now, I'm going to show you a new one. Instead of raising the price, these are 25 pesos each, 50 cents. Okay, instead of raising the price, can you see that? The fluid level is right here. I'll see if I can make that. See the fluid level? That's a brand new container. So what they did is they charged the same amount of money, but put half the fluid in. Half the fluid. So basically, in the last 2 years that I've been buying this from this particular store, basically, they doubled the price. It went up 100% in 2 years. So I take the top off the old one because it's already got a hole in the size I want it. And theoretically, fluid should come out now. And I have the orange material here. Okay, right there. I'll dose it really well there. I'll dose it on the end here. I don't care if it gets on the rubber band and the elastic because I want to lock that up as well. I'm going to re-grab this. On the end here. And then I'm going to dose this end here. Now, it doesn't have to be tight. I'm putting enough on now. This glue breaks the glue on the it breaks the gloss on the wings of the glasses. So once the glue goes down into the cavities that it goes down into, it'll adhere to the lens, to the glass wings. What I call wings, what you call the arms on the glasses. It'll adhere to the arms, but it will also adhere to the orange material. Not that you care, because probably few people will ever do this. But if you work like I work, like a man, a real man, and you work where you put your glasses down, and at any given time if the glasses are dark brown and you're working on wood and you make the mistake to put them down on a dark wood table or a piece of black plywood or something like that, if you make that mistake to put it down on there, and you could drop a board on top of it, or you could sit on it if you were sitting down somewhere, and then you don't have your glasses anymore. Now these glasses were $12 each. $12 each. So they've lasted. These are about 3 years old, 4 years old. So it pays to do maintenance on them. Let's call it maintenance. But now you're going to watch how it's done from scratch. So these I'm going to put on the floor here, on the stairs, and the next set you'll see happen from the get-go. Okay, you won't see the epoxy until that's the last step. Now these glasses, I'm only going to put the orange on because these glasses are not reader glasses. These were $60 for 2 pairs at USA Glasses. Well, no, I have the name of it here. This place, if you guys live in New York City or Queens, this place here is a fantastic place to buy glasses. America's Best. Okay, now they have one in Ridgewood, Queens, right off Woodhaven Boulevard, a few blocks. America's Best. Readers, they sell readers, but this is the one I wanted. These are for like driving. So you can't see close up with these. Like I won't be able to see, I can't see the fingerprints on my hand, but from past 6 feet, everything is in focus. So if you're looking at something close up, it's going to be blurry. But these were $60 for 2 pairs. So $30 a pair, and they are just great glasses. So if you need to buy glasses, if you know your prescription, America's Best, I was very happy with their service. I went in, and they have a selection of frames. So if you wanted custom frames, gold or silver or titanium, they had a pair of glasses with titanium frames. It was $700, I think, for the glasses with the lenses, but real glass and titanium frames. So they have a selection from $30 for a pair of reader glasses up to $700-800 for a pair of glass, not plastic glass, and titanium frames. So they'll get the orange when I'm done. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to work on drilling holes in this brand new pair of glasses. So that's what I'm going to do. So there's going to be, I'm going to copy the whole pattern pretty much off of here, but just a little bit higher up on the sides. I'm going to go. I'm not going to go so low. I'm going to go mid, just below mid here, and just below mid here. But the tops I'll keep the same. Then when I get the wire in place, I'll use this glue, this liquid glue, all around the border of the frames, and then when that sets, I'll use the epoxy, because the epoxy will form like a U-shaped clamp around the glass. But with the epoxy, you're going to have to put the glasses down, upside down like this, and put the epoxy here and here and here and here, and then on the outside here and here. And then you're going to have to just let that sit for 4 or 5 hours, a couple hours. Because it looks hard, but if you turn it, gravity will make the epoxy roll off or go in a different direction. So that's today's project. And this glue, you cannot take these clamps off until this glue is 100% dry. And then I'm going to give it another, I'll dose it again. Okay, so let me get my pattern, my hole pattern down here. I put them down on the steps because the acid, it's the smell, it's an acrid smell. It burns your nose. Where's my drill? Big drill. There it is. Okay. So for this, I'm going to be using an 18-volt Milwaukee drill. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this battery off. I don't need a 5-pound drill. And I'm going to... Now, I want to tell you something else about living in the Philippines. I've been telling you people that you can't buy tools here. Okay? And now I have ordered, put it in the shopping cart, checked out the automatic rebar tying tool. Easily, I would risk my life. I would bet my life I have ordered that tool 20 times plus from different stores and different countries. And every time the tool either fails to come and I get a notice that that tool is no longer available, or I put it in the shopping cart and I check out and the tool just disappears from the shopping cart. There's nothing that says this tool is unavailable. So, twice last week I ordered the tool from two different companies, twice from the same company from America, and my credit card was declined. An American credit card based in America, my credit card was declined, which shut the credit card off. So I called my bank up at midnight and they turned it back on. I also got a notification in the mail. So I charged it again to the company. And it shut my credit card off again. So even though I want to buy it, because I'm using it's an amazing thing. So you cannot buy tools here. So I've tried to buy that tool 20 plus times. So what I could get though is the T44 1 Tango 44 1 Tango. I could buy that rebar tying tool. It's about this big and it's $2,600 for a tool about this big. It weighs 5 pounds. 2 batteries and it ties rebar automatically. The ones from China cost about $200 to $300 or $400. I've ordered everything from $200, $300, $400, $500, $600, $700, and $800 rebar tires. You can't get it. Doesn't matter which one I order. And I've ordered them all. At 200, went to 300, went to 400. They just disappear. It's almost as if you're in the freaking Twilight Zone and somebody is just screwing with your head. It's an amazing place living in the Philippines. So this drill is a 18-volt Milwaukee, and if you don't put the battery in it, it doesn't turn. And it has a light on it. I paid $500 for the set. It came with a Sawzall, a blower, this drill, and the flashlight. I think it was $486, I think, something like that. Okay, so now you're going to watch me drill some holes. Where's the glasses that I'm going to... The glasses that I'm going to be using now are these 4.0s. Okay, So I'll put this down here. Know what I should do? I should go onto my YouTube channel so I could see this stuff on the big screen. Let me see if I could see that. With these glasses I can't see the screen because it's too close. With these I can. Okay, so let's go home. Let's go to my channel. Let's go live. Okay. Okay, let's go here. I want to mark this. So you'll have so you'll be able to see. Okay, so I'm going to mark this with a piece of masking tape, right? No, I have something better. Okay. There you go. And we start drilling holes in my new glasses. So these are the 4s that I want to. These are going to be for my shop glasses. So let's see. Where was the pattern for this? 1/2 inch in from either side. A 1/2 inch in from either vertical rise. Okay. 1. And what did I say? Just below center on the ends, right? Yep. Half inch in. And then I'll show you how to put the wire on properly with the correct tools. I'll show you basically, I'm going to show you how to safety wire something. Well, in this case, I'll be safety wiring the glass, the plastic lenses to the frames. All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 holes. All right, now I'm going to take the drill bit out of the drill because the slightest drop or bang on this little drill bit will snap this drill bit. And if you think that you can buy another drill bit like this in the Philippines, you should get a grip, boy. You're not going to buy a drill bit, high grade gun steel cobalt drill bit like this in the Philippines. It ain't going to happen, and unless you're buying it from me, you ain't going to get one. So where did I put the drill box? Where did I put the drill box? Where is the drill box? It's not there. There it is, right there. Okay, so put the drill bit away, and then you don't have to worry about losing it. And more than that, what you don't want to do is drop this on the floor and forget it's on the floor, and then walk into it. It will go into your foot as far as it can. And then if you jump up and down and it breaks off in your foot, well, that's your problem, yeah? Okay, so now we're going to deburr that. This has burrs on it. So the way you deburr it is, well, I could deburr it with a sharp knife, but the proper way to do that would be to take a bigger drill bit. So I'm going to deburr it with a bigger drill bit. Put the drill bit on there. Now this is all by hand. So you put it on there till you'll feel the burr come off, and it knocks off the It also makes a better seat. It also makes a better seat for the wire. Now I'll show you what that looks like. It opens it up a little bit. And once I get that wire in place, then I will be putting the crazy glue on there. But not around the whole lens. I'll be putting it, I won't put it on the bottom that I'm going to cut out. Because first of all, there's no reason to put it there because I'm cutting that piece off. And second, I don't want the piece to stick. And third, I don't want the glue to melt the bottom of the glass, and it will make the bottom of the glass foggy. I want to keep the lens crisp, so to speak. Okay? All right, so I'm going to show you, I got to do the other side, and then I'll show you how to do proper safety wire. Now, I know all of you guys out there, you got the closet dweller. He knows how to do everything, and he knows how to do nothing. He's never shown us. He's a real engineer, that guy. Couldn't even put a fascia board on. And he makes fun of me because I do stuff like this. Because in my free time, I don't go on YouTube and bitch about somebody else's wife or girlfriend. I did do a little dissertation on morality or lack thereof today, but damn, man, you people have you've lost your way. You've lost your way. Okay, so now here's how you do this. All right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a rag down on here. Only because I don't want the lens to be on this hardwood while I'm doing this next step. So what you need to do is you have to determine the length of the safety wire that you're going to be cutting. In this case, you're going to cut it extra long. So you're going to take this, I'm going to make it this long, and the reason for that is because my computer screen on my computer froze up. Okay, all right, hold on. The reason that I'm going to make it about, the safety wire is going to be about 2.5 inches, is because Hold on. I can't get my computer to play. There it is. All right, let's see what happened here. Boy, this I'm using a browser called Bing, or the controls that look like they're from Bing. What garbage that is. All right, so the reason I'm making this extra long is because now this is a pair of dikes, D-Y-K-E-S, dikes, the cutting instrument. I'm cutting one, and I always roll one end over because that's the end that I'm not going to use. I'm cutting two. Cut all your pieces all at once, so you don't have to go back and forth and start, like, if you're cutting wire and you stop to twist it, then you have to go back to cutting wire. You're taking up a lot of extra time. Now these things I'm teaching you, I learned when I became a jet mechanic for the to get my airframe and power plant jet mechanics license. This was part of our education. It was part of several thousand hours of real-time work in the airline industry, doing real repairs. This is 5 real repairs, and working on real jet engines and real reciprocating engines. And when I went to Aviation High School in Long Island City. Now this is a little bit snotty, so I'm going to put that there like that, cut that off, the snot. Now the reason I'm making them very long is so that when I twist it, I can add twists. Now, the proper amount of twists per inch depends on the thickness of the safety wire and the distance between, well, if you were safety wiring aircraft bolts or nuts, that was 5 before, right? So this is going to be number 6. So on this, it would probably be 14 twists per inch, but we don't care about that so much today. But there is a, if you were going to take a test, when I took my airframe and power plant jet mechanics license test, you would have to twist my power plant, which is the P part of the A&P license. My power plant license was to fix a hole in a float in an acrobatic carburetor, 7, off of an acrobatic plane. And the carburetor itself, although I didn't take the whole carburetor apart, 8 pieces, 8, had 5,000 pieces in the carburetor. That's what that carburetor for that engine had in it, 5,000 pieces. So I had to remove several hundred to get to the float, and it has a brass or bronze float in the carburetor. And the teacher, of course, he put a hole in the float, and he knew the hole was there. And then, so then he gave somebody a safety wire job to put the carburetor back together and then safety wire it. And then they would give you a grade on that. And then he gave me the carburetor and told me that there was a hole in the float and I needed to take the carburetor apart to find the hole in the float, which I did. And then you clean the bronze float, flux it, and then and then put lead on it, and then polish it down and put it back together. So then you'd have to put the right amount of wraps on your safety wire or you fail. So you'd have to remember that. Now it's not exactly 14, it could be between 14 and 18 twists per inch. So anyway, so you put this in the hole here like that, you always go from the top down, drop it down, right? Squeeze it with your fingers as tight as you could get it around the frame, and you make the first twist with your fingers like that. Okay, so now you got a twist on that. From that twist, you need a pair of, well, you could use, of course, pliers, but if you were really going to do this job properly, you would be using a pair of duckbills. And this is what duckbills look like. This is aviation grade duckbills. So, and they call them duckbills because obviously they're flat and they have little grips on them like a duck's bill. And then you take this wire high up on the top of the wire and twist it once, twice, and as you're twisting, you're pulling up towards the ceiling. Now I'm going to hold it a little differently so I can get a better grip on it, but just I'm pulling and twisting because I want that wire to lock up tight. And you'll know when it's locked up tight. You'll feel it. Now there's nothing stopping the wire from breaking either, especially this wire. This is not, I repeat, this is not new wire. This wire's been hanging up on a hook in my container for 3 years, but it might have been hanging up in my basement for 40 years. So now you know it's tight when you could go like this with your finger back and forth and it doesn't move. That's tight enough. And if you remember, I crushed this down. I crushed it to get the spacing off of here. If this would have been round here, if I would not have crushed it flat, that would be what they call slack. Now this is why I left it long. I'm going to cut this about 5/16 of an inch away from the top of the glasses. And had I made it too short, these little pieces that I would cut off here would separate and fall down on the floor as little teeny pieces. This way that I made it longer like that, when I cut this piece off like this, I'm going to put the dikes on now, and I'm going to cut it off, and you're going to have a piece that you can grab that looks like that. This way it doesn't fall on the floor and or fall down as one small teeny thin piece of wire. You can see it. I forgot to put the I forgot to put the power on the I forgot to put the power on the phone. Okay, so let's see. That's right. We don't need any extra pressure. We just want to make it, you just want to make the wire snug. And the reason that Scott is correct is extra pressure would snap that plastic, maybe. Very possible. If this was a high quality wire and I applied the right amount of pressure, it would just cut right through. So, and I'm not in a hurry. So now that you have this is called a tang, a T-A-N-G, and it's tight now. You can check it with your finger. It's tight left and right, forward and back. Well, then you pick a direction to knock it down. So in my case, I'm going center, because if I go to the right, it's going to open up the wire one twist, half a twist. If I go to the left, it wants to tighten the wire. Now this is going to get on top of this on top of this tang here, it's still tight. This is going to get a dot of epoxy, and then you won't have to worry about this sticking into your pocket. You're going to basically cover it like a roll of tape. So that's how you do the safety wire. And we'll do it again. Drop it down through the hole. Now pick it up and make one turn on the, just so that it locks it up. Don't have to be tight or anything like that. Okay, then you snug it with the duckbills. Snug only. Two things can happen. You could, if the hole was close to the edge of the plastic, it could rip the plastic apart or crack the lens. That's possible. And the second reason that you only snug it is because when you get it snug, you're going to crush the wire down to the frame of the glasses, or it doesn't matter whether you're making glasses or you're making something else ornamental. It's just okay. So it's almost snug. I'm going to make another half a turn on this. Make another half a turn. Okay, now the wire is not floating around. Now I'll crush it down to the frame, but not too much, because this is just plastic. Now it's a little bit looser than it was. Check both sides to make sure it flattened out next to the frame. And you can make your last half a twist. Yep, that's good. Okay. Now I'll show you what the twisted wire looks like. That's what it should look like, a nice even twist. Okay, so now I'm going to cut this off with the dikes. And again, the reason I gave that extra wire is so that when this gets cut, it falls in one big piece. Okay, so we're going to take this now and push. Check to make sure it's not loose. It's not loose. And we're going to go again. Oh, that's a little bit loose, so I'm going to take the duckbills and tighten it up. Now you got to remember, I'm going to put the epoxy in between the wire and the plastic lens, so that once the epoxy goes in there, it's going to take up any and all slack. I'm just trying to show you the way to do this. If you didn't have epoxy, if you weren't going to go through this whole long and tedious process. Now, why am I doing this? Well, Dennis Adam and I had a conversation a while back that because of the bottom of these lenses here, like this, it blocks 8 inches of the ground. Now, if you have a pair of sunglasses or a pair of glasses on with rims, look at the ground below your feet and run your hand back and forth across the bottom of the lens, up and down vertically, and you'll see that an entire 6 to 8 or 10 inches of ground completely disappears because the lens is blocking the ground. And what the work that I'm doing now on the roof especially, if you're looking forward and you look down with the frame at the bottom of the glasses, you can't see an extension cord or a rope or a block of wood or even as much as a cement block. You cannot see it, because that's how much that little bit of lens frame blocks. Now, had I known that when I bought these glasses, I would have bought the rimless glasses. And I'm pretty sure they had them, and I just didn't think about it at the time. I knew it, but before I bought these glasses, I didn't need glasses. So I'm going to cut this, and what's going to happen is I'm going to have a piece that doesn't separate, so I don't have to go looking for tiny little pieces on the floor. You don't want to have these things rolling around on the floor, because you'll step on them and they will go straight into your feet. Guaranteed, every time. So this one I'm rolling up this way, and then I have one more, and then 4 on the other one, and we're done with that. Let me see if, you know what I could do? I might, I think I can minimize this. Okay, the glasses that I need to read the screen, these 5.0s that I have on are good for this close-up work. That's why I have 5.0s, 4.0s, 4.5s, 5.5s, and I have 6s. But I started out with some glasses from Readers.com back in the year 2007 or 8 maybe, and those were the ones. They were metal frames, and the frames were very, 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 very thin, very thin frames, and I never had that problem. But these big, dark, round, black frames, they block a lot of the ground. More, and I've tripped several times because of these frames, and also I'm not able to see. Other things can happen, and you don't even realize you can't see something, because if you can't see it, you can't see it, right? Isn't that the way that works? Okay. Now we don't want to put these up towards the top of the glass, because your nose goes in there. Let's see, Scott said some part Italian, part Filipino man will be using these safety glasses in 21. So yeah, I'll be using these probably tomorrow. I should have these. I'll have these built. Well, they're getting built now. And now, of course, the more intelligent thing to do would have just been buying these glasses without the frames. But I didn't know that at the time, and I bought. I think I bought 15 pairs. Like I said, a couple of 4s, a couple of 4.5s, a couple of 5s, 5.5s, and 6.0s. The 6.0s I can't see anything through, because my eyes are not that bad yet. But I have them, because when I first started with these, like I said, in 2005, 2.5s, 2.25s were good for my knees. And now we're up to 4. Then it was 2.5, then it was 2.75, then 3.0. You can buy them in quarter degree increments. And so I'm doing this also. The reason I'm in the house right now doing this, I have a very good reason to be here. The doctor, whose care I'm under for my foot, Dr. Annie Gray, she said, stay off your foot and have your leg elevated for the time you're taking the medicine at least. So I did go into the city. I have done several kilometers of walking each day. That's okay, but she didn't want me standing in one spot. And 2 days ago when I did the live stream, my foot hurt, my knees hurt, I was tired, and I realized, I did find out why my knees hurt, which normally they don't hurt when I stand in one spot. The $100 shoes, sneakers, Merrells, they wore out to the point where it changed the angle that they hit the street with. And it changed the angle that my ankles hit the street with also. And it changed the angle that my knees are on when I'm walking and standing still. And you can't do that. Your feet are designed to work a certain way. So it changed the angle of my feet and my knees. So I had to. I have 2 brand new pairs of Sundugos, but I have another pair of sneakers that are a couple of years old, but they're brand new. I don't remember the make, and I'll be using those. So you'll see a new pair of those when I go back to work. They're gray. So it was the angle of the shoe, because yesterday I walked around with the Sundugos on, which are made in the Philippines, but they're relatively cheap. They're only $48, less than $50. They're a cheap pair of shoes, but they don't last long. And there's a good reason for that. I am a very heavy guy. And they weren't made to hold a 250-pound man. Okay? I think if I weighed 145 pounds, they would last till the bottoms wear out. But at 250 pounds, the sneakers fall apart long before we get to the wearing of the bottom soles out. So Sundugo is a good brand, but not for me. And I have the brand new pairs of Sundugos because when I bought them, I bought 4 pairs at once, at one time. I think I bought Daisy 2 pairs and me 4 pairs. So they're good shoes, and they're relatively cheap, but you can't put. It's a question of weight displacement. It's a question of displacement. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Nothing more and nothing less. Okay, number 8. Here we are with number 8. I think I'll leave that paper on there so I know which one it is. And then the next step here would be to, I'm going to get a stretch I know you people make fun of me. I know that you do that. You really, you don't do it to my face though, because I gotta tell you, so far, nobody in the Philippines has ever done it to my face. I'm waiting, but even in America, that was not like a good thing to do. You people are all. You make fun of me that I'm fixed. Why didn't he just buy? I would buy them. I would buy them, but you can't buy these. What these glasses were about 12. They were $15 a pair, but if you bought more than $100, you got 25% off, something like that. So in the Philippines, you pay $26 for a pair of glasses, the same power as this. However, this glass you can look from left to right and up and down. Left to right and up and down, and the convexness of the lens allows you to see relatively clear in the whole peripheral of the lens. And these were, like I said, $15 reduced to $12. In the Philippines, you go to an ophthalmologist and you buy these. The only place that you can see clear is the direct half-inch center of the lens. Everything around the perimeter of the lens is distorted. And those glasses are $26. So, you can't buy good readers here. Now, even though I went to an ophthalmologist here, that was $26 for a pair of glasses. The frames are this cheap Chinese metal. If you don't take them off, put them back in the case that they came from, and you put them in your shirt pocket, the slightest amount of pressure on those frames, those cheap Chinese frames, will break the lens or dislodge the lens from the metal frame. So we have that part done. I'm going to go get a piece of elastic for the back here, which I have in my sewing kit, because I have a sewing kit. Real men sew their own clothes and know how to sew. And they also have their own sewing kit. And I have two, in fact, sewing kits. So I'm going to get both sewing kits because I forgot which one the elastic is in. And I have one sewing kit, two sewing kits. Real men have sewing kits. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. So here we are. I'll show you what a proper sewing kit looks like. It's not. I'm not embarrassed that I have sewing kits, because I don't get embarrassed so easily. So let's yeah, you know what? I can't find my surgical sutures. I have surgical sutures, all sizes, from the half moons that are about 1 inch in diameter, with, I don't know, the smallest lace that they make, to up to about 1.5 inches for gash work. I have those. Gotta tell you though, if you're gonna use that, if you're using it on like this part of your arm, it's no problem. But if you're gonna, once I had to do my lip, this one here, well, fucking hurt. Oh, I was sticking it in there, and the tears, they were just flowing down my face. And I remember my friend Gene at the time. He was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. I had to stop sewing. He was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. So we used to sew each other up. That's a happy memory. That guy was a trip, you know. Come on, let's go home. I got a kit. Yeah, this one does not have. This one has just oddball material. This is some oddball material for backing. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna put this away. Yeah, I have a suture kit. It actually is a whole kit of just sutures and extra thread. I don't use it that much, thank God, but I have it. If I had to, I had it for the barge because we would be out in the middle of nowhere, you know, and the barge could take 2 hours to get back to wherever the closest thing to shore was. So we have Velcro, nylon, zippers, Velcro, and some heavy-duty nylon. But this is what I'm looking for. This stuff right here. I have elastic for the I have elastic, and here's a elastic for the strap. Now I have that elastic band, and then I have this for if you want to put a little bit of elastic on your pants. I don't need that though. There's no slack in my pants. And we won't be sewing the elastic in place. We will be crazy glue and rubber bands. So I'll put this away. I'll get the other glasses with the elastic. Where are the glasses with the elastic on them? Wherefore art they? And they're out right here. So this is the one. It has about the right amount of elastic on it. So I'm going to go with this again. Same length. This worked nice. Let's see. I want them to hang down to about here. So I think I'll, you know what? These stretched out quite a bit. So if I take 4 fingers twice off of here, that'll be good. Okay. So I'm going to go 4 fingers. 4 fingers twice. I'll just put a rubber band on there. I'll put a clamp on there. I'll put a clamp on there for the length that I want. Okay, and that's my length. Of course, I have to put the elastic on the glasses first and put my foot back up. My leg is healing quite nicely. Like I said months ago, I said that it should be healed in July. I think, like I said, the middle of July, it seems to be reasonable for the healing process. But I'll tell you what, there are videos of what my leg looked like 7 months ago and a year ago and 3 or 4 months ago. Scott Del Fuego and a few other people, Andrew, they will attest that it's not pretty. It was really bad. And of course, I went to now 7 different doctors before I found Dr. Annie Grace, A local free clinic doctor had more knowledge than any Filipino doctor that I went to. And they actually, so they actually looked at my leg, and I asked them for a culture. They took a culture about a year and a half ago, and the culture you're not watching it. The culture came back, nothing wrong. The x-rays came back, nothing in my foot. Yet, it was bad. It was really bad. So, but it's healing up. Right now, the top of my right foot has a lot of scar tissue on it, and thick. Eschar, it's called Eschar. It's very, very thick. It's like a scar tissue that's flaky. I don't know how to make you understand what it is, but that's what it is, like a scar tissue that's flaky. And my leg, it does still have some bleeding lesions on the leg itself, but that leak, they leak fluid. It's trippy. My leg leaks fluid that forms a puddle on the floor, so I have to put a rag down on the floor. And I have to do that plus the wrap. Okay, plus the wrap. That plus the wrap. Okay, that plus the wrap. Right about there. I'll cut this. Yeah, my leg is healing up, but slow. And I'm on right now. Today's day 11 that I'm taking the co-amoxiclave. Where did I put the scissors? Anybody know? It doesn't really matter. Okay. Anyway, right now it's day 11. And I'm actually going to go 14 days. Because one of the wounds is still slightly infected, and once you stop the antibiotics, you got to wait 3 or 4 months before you do it again. So that's the plan. I took them back in December from Annie Grace. And then I took them again around March. She wasn't there. I went to another doctor and I got another script for a different kind of antibiotics, but they weren't, it didn't work. So I went back to Annie Grace, and her antibiotics are in the penicillin family, and they worked okay. Okay, so did I do this wrong? Of course. Of course I did it wrong. Undo it. I put a twist in it. Next time I go into Poblacion on a Monday or a Wednesday, I'll buy the hospital snacks again. They call it snacks. And 60 snacks. I know that you people don't believe much of what I say, and I don't really give a shit what you believe and don't believe. But I went into the city. I was in the city. And a guy said to me, "Hey, Johnny Adriel." Yeah, finally healing up. Yes, sir. Thanks for stopping by, Johnny. I went into the city, and a guy yells out from the jeepney, "Santa Claus!" Well, I had no idea what he meant by that. Because sometimes they'll yell out Santa Claus because they want you to buy them something. So when the jeepney stopped, it was in the jeepney terminal. When he got out of the jeepney, and he said something in, I don't know, in his language, of course. He said something to the jeepney drivers and the conductors at the terminal. And they were all listening to him tell the story, whatever story it was. And then they wanted me to buy all of them snacks. So the story, I don't know how the jeepney conductor or driver, well, he was the conductor, I don't know how the story got to the city. Well, it was from my local area, but the story went that I went and bought the whole hospital snacks. So now most of the jeepney drivers and the conductors, they call me Santa Claus. I get a kick out of that. And they put their hand out. Christmas, yeah? Santa Claus? But I'll tell you why the hospital I gave, and I'm going to give what I paid for the city hospital service fee with the prescription, and an emergency room was $2,400 in both hospitals, both visits, which is a good price, $50. However, and one doctor was very good that I went to. A couple of them I didn't like, and a couple of them were just incompetent. But so $50. So when I went to the free clinic, I saved $50, or 2,400 pesos, which is $50. So I'm going to spend $50 on snacks for them at the hospital. Of course, I'm going to go back to the clinic again. Now, I'm not going to invest time after time after time $50, but I will spend one time six sessions of snacks for the hospital. And considering to them that's a great treat, it's not a big burden on me, and they don't want money. I offered them money. I took money out of my pocket, like I wasn't just saying, "You want money?" and with my hand locked around my wallet. I asked them if they wanted money. With the money in my hand, I took it out of my wallet so they could see it was real. They wouldn't take it. So now they're going to get snacks. Now, I'm sure that you could donate to somewhere, but she has her own clinic and the hospital. Yep, I need more glue. Thank God. I had enough, baby. Yep, had enough. I've had enough. Okay. So that was good. I had the last piece, and the last piece was done. So the next step. Oh, I ran out of glue. Sugar. 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 All right, well. Uh-oh. How the hell? Oh, that's just a mark. Okay. All right, well, I ran out of glue. That never happens. And I wasn't near the glue place the other day, and I wrote down glue, I think, on my book. If I didn't, let me get my book and write it down. I was by the glue place about a month ago. That's not it. Where's my... All right, well, I'll just start another book. All right, damn it. Anyway, I need turbo. Yeah. I need extra auric. That I get local. And then this, I need glue. I'll get 3. Now, the stuff only stays good. Once you open it up, it stays good for about 2 months. But if you buy it and you don't open it up, it only has a shelf life of about 6 months. So that's why I only had 2 tubes to do this job. So the next thing I'll do the epoxy next. All right. This goes back into the sewing kit. Well, let's see. Should it go back into the sewing kit? That's the second pair of glasses. So I have 1 pair there. I have this pair. I could put this on here with rubber bands for now. And this is a pair that's only for the house anyway. Okay, so I need those glasses. No, I'm not putting those on. Those got the glue on it. Stink. I could use these. I'm going to put these on with the rubber bands. And I can't read with these on. Let me go get another pair. I should have another pair in here. To the idiot, the closet dweller. Another pair. Look. These are 5s also, yeah? Okay. Now that I got my computer back on, here's the price right here, I think. Oh, no. Readers.com. That's the place you want to buy these. Okay, so let me put the rubber band on here. Oh, and Readers.com, if you do go buy them online, not only are they good price, good quality, and you could beat the hell out of these glasses. The lens, you could put these glasses in your pocket with coins, change. It doesn't scratch the lens. I mean, eventually, I guess it would scratch it, but I stick them in my pocket with the coins from the Philippines coins, and 2 or 3 years, and hasn't scratched it yet. But hard, something really hard will scratch it, like a drill bit, things like that. Okay. This one, I can't do that so easily. Because it's backwards. I could do it, but it's still backwards. I'll just do it backwards. My glasses, what do I care? That works. So I need 3 tubes of glue. So what I'll do next is I'll mix the epoxy and put the epoxy. What size is this? 5s. 5s are okay. What size? I think I have 5s on. 4s. Okay, these are 4s. And these are 4s. These are 4s. So I have 1 4 with no window treatment. It's hard to keep track. I have a lot of pairs of glasses. I have a 5 with no window treatment. And then I have a 4 with window treatment. So I'm going to mix the epoxy for these wires here now. I'm just going to mix a little bit. I'm going to I'm going to clean up a little bit here. I got junk everywhere. I don't need this. I'll keep this. I'll keep that. This is garbage. I'm going to get rid of those little wires that I cut so I don't drop them on the floor. I'll be back in 1 minute. You know what? Oh, man. I forgot. I have to drill one more hole in these glasses. Which ones? These ones here. I have to drill just one more hole. But that I could do with this bit here by hand. Oh yeah, this will work just fine. It's the perfect size. Get that started in there. Yeah, that'll work. Oh yeah. It's going right through it. No problem. Got to open it up slow. You don't want to crack the frame. Okay, that one's done. I got to get one on this side here now. This is a real man drill bit. Yeah, man bit. Man bit. Most of you guys would be afraid to use a drill bit like this. And well, you should. This drill bit will break both your arms and your back if used improperly. Put this on a 3/4 inch reduction gear Milwaukee, or 1 inch with a reduction gear on it. And the guy who's operating the trigger better have a quick finger, because it will put you against a wall and break your arm and your back at the same time. This drill bit. Very, 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 very dangerous drill bit. So I got the holes that I want drilled in there drilled. Thank God I had that drill bit handy, yeah? So, all right, so now we mix epoxy now, yeah? So I put this wire, I could actually put this wire I'll just put it okay, this I could put by the counter, kitchen counter. This pen I'll put back. This book I'll put there. This set of drill bits, I'll put the wire with the drill bits, yeah? And put this by the kitchen counter. This goes to the shop, and I'm putting it on there with a rubber band, because if that wire falls on the floor, without my glasses, I'd never find it. I just up, take it off. Put the other drill bit in there. So those bolts, those pan head bolts that you saw me paint the other day, there was the perfect amount of paint, and they're going to become part of the forms. I am up to the point now, up on the roof, where I moved the jet ski over to the front end of the container. That's good. And then I'm up to the point now on the roof itself, where I'm going to put down the last 3 sheets of plywood on the roof, because the jet ski's not in the way to put the plywood down. Then I'm going to tie up the jet ski and take the jet ski off the roof of the cargo container. I think that's what I'm going to do. And I'll put it down on the dirt. I was going to put it over to the other container, but I'm not. I don't have a problem swinging it over there. I can reach and everything like that, but both of the tires on the jet ski trailer are flat. So I'm going to put the jet ski trailer on blocks, and the trailer, the leaf spring of the trailer, from it going in and out of the salt water, that trailer is probably about 25 years old. One of the bolts rusted out, so I bought some steel in the city the other day. I'm going to weld some steel plates onto the bottom of the frame of the trailer. I'm going to rebuild the trailer for the jet ski, because it serves no purpose the way it is, even if the tires held there, which they don't. And it serves no purpose because you can't use the trailer. Because of the way the bolt is, it's just going to be problematic. So I need to repair the trailer, which means I have to take the jet ski off the trailer and put it on blocks, which I will, and then I'll repair the trailer. This way it makes it easy to roll it around, because I do have another place for it, I think. Okay, what was I going to do? Epoxy. Okay, so this is good now, right? You know, it needs another dose. Okay, so we'll leave this like this. Let me put my... Now, I also have a set of... I know, Fazio doesn't know anything about anything. He just buys all of these tools because he's got nothing else to do all day. So I have a set of jeweler screwdrivers here for doing fine work. I like putting rubber bands around stuff. You could, instead of it's a lot cheaper than tape, but you know it's more workable. You can work a little bit better with it. Okay, so epoxy is next. Yeah. Oh, look at this! Another pair of glasses. All I need is a right wing. Okay, I got those outside. We won't be doing that today. Epoxy. 2-part epoxy coming up. Okay, so this pair of glasses and this pair of glasses are going to get epoxy. So let's take this, put it over there. Put this over here. Okay. We gotta find a place to mix this crap. Right there. This is a nice spot right there. I need a toothpick. Toothpick. I need the mixing tools. I need to open up those cans. We'll go blue first, part A. This is typically, well, I should read it because this is new. Equal amounts, okay? Nothing has changed. Always was equal amounts. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It's like a paste. It's not liquid. But if you held the can like this long enough, it would flow out. It's not hard, but it's not soft. So it's kind of like a very, very thick pancake batter. But you want to have this clean. Your tools, well, it doesn't really matter, but so I'm going to grab 1 part epoxy, about the size of a dime, an American dime, and I'm going to put it here like this. I'll put it there, and then I'm going to grab, let's see, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, because don't forget this much epoxy is just half, because when I grab another dot or splotch of that, that will be double that amount, which that's enough for me to do what I want to do with it. I can't have extra because I have 6 pairs of glasses. I could put the extra epoxy on. So the the blue can is, I got the right amount. I'm comfortable with that. I'm going to open up the part B. And this is usually a softer product, and it is. So this product is more of consistency of Elmer's glue, a little thicker than Elmer's glue. So you have to handle this one a little different. So typically I'll just take what's on the rim here off. And then I'll scrape what's in the cap off. Because eventually what's in the cap, when the air is in the can, it will get a little bit hard. It won't go off. It won't harden up. So we have about the same amount, like that. That's about the same amount. And then I'm going to wipe that out so that it's not in the groove of the cap. With some toilet paper. Because if it goes in the groove of the cap, it won't hurt anything, but it just makes the cap difficult to take off. It's like, it doesn't harden up, unless you put the other part to it, then you could throw out both cans, but it's better to keep the tops clean. Okay, put this back on. That little bit won't hurt anything, it's okay. Close this back up. Okay, that goes like that. Alright, this can go back up there with the toilet paper, so I'll use that again when I make a mess with the epoxy. Now we want to mix it, and you mix it by putting these two parts. Just mix them together. Just scrape one onto one and the other onto the other. Now, if you were building, bonding, doing aircraft maintenance work, these two parts would be weighed out on a scale, on a digital. Well, now it's a digital scale, but we used to use the old OHA scales that you'd weigh it out so that it would be an exact half or percentage of whatever the epoxy was. Not all epoxies are 50-50, especially when you're working on an airplane. Could be 25%. And now you just mix it up good like that, and it's going to come out to a consistent color, creamy. It depends on what epoxy you're using, but a consistent color. When you get it like that, you scratch off the excess from that dauber to that dauber, back and forth. You're going to have to do it a few times. It's okay. And so now you put the daubers over there, and you get the glasses. Remember, I told you can only do one side of these at a time, and you're only going to put the smallest amount on your glasses possible. That little bit that I'm putting on the glass right now, if left unchecked, it will roll down onto the lens. Like now it doesn't look fluidy, but gravity will bring that down right over the lens. So you just want to do a little bit there. Like that. And then you want to grab a little more. And you want to do this one. You just want to put a little bit on each one. And it doesn't have to be pretty, because in about 5 minutes it's going to smooth itself out, because although it doesn't look liquidy, it will become a perfectly smooth product. A little bit more. Okay, you're going to see how smooth it gets in a few minutes. And you don't want to get this on the lens. Right now I'm only getting the wrap of the twisted wire part. That's all I want to get on there is the twisted wire part. I'm not going for the glass yet. I just want to lock this up so that it'll never move. Gonna have to do this in stages. I'll have to come back and put a little bit on after this first coat hardens up. I'll have to come back and put another coat on. Like you can't put it all. If it was just a flat surface, you could put it all on at once. But this product, like I said, even though it looks like it's pasty, it's very much a liquid. And in a few minutes, gravity will bring that right down to where it'll roll right down into all the crevices and stuff. See the first one there, you should be able to see how smooth it got already. It just smoothed itself right out. Okay, so with this, I'm gonna grab one more little daub over here. Now the next layer would be the parts that I didn't get. The parts that I didn't cover with this layer. I know this seems like a lot of work, and it is. And if I could buy these glasses here, I would. But, like I said, the doctor said stay off your leg, keep your leg elevated, and if you want to keep your leg not elevated, walk. Do a lot of walking. So this morning, I walked about 1 kilometer. I'm looking forward to being able to swim soon as well. Now this toothpick here is for this. This is what the toothpick is for. I'm going to go put the slightest amount in the hole and up the wire. It's just the slightest amount. Just so thin you'll hardly be able to see it. And the reason is, any thicker than that, it'll roll all over the glass or the plastic lens. Even though, like I said, it looks like a paste, it's not. It's going to flow. It's very viscous, but it will still flow from gravity. And it'll flow like that for a good solid, until it starts to harden up. which could be, depending on the temperature where you're at, could be anywhere from 15 minutes before it goes off all the way. Goes off means hardens. Could be 15 minutes, could be 12 or 20. On a cold day, it could take an hour. You got to put it under a heat lamp. If you're in a hurry, otherwise it could take hours. But on a warm day like today here, I would say 20 minutes. What time is it? 1:40. So I started putting this on about 1:35. I'd say by 2 o'clock, this should go off, harden up. Now, aside from putting it on the wire, I have two more places I want to put it. In each corner. I'm going to kind of like lock the lens in place like a clamp by putting it in the corner that I just put it in there like that. Because this epoxy will break what's called the sheen, S-H-E-E-N, the sheen on the plastic. This epoxy will break the sheen, the clear coat, the shiny part. And lock the plastic lens into the plastic frame, which are two different types of plastic. Okay, so you don't have to put much on there, though, I'll tell you that. I mean, it's if you do it right, it shouldn't require that much. It's not like you have to put it on like a half-inch thick. That the lens is, if it flattens out to almost 1/8 of an inch, that's plenty. And the next time I make this, then I'll turn the glasses over and lock it in from the other side. Plus, I'll have the crazy glue. When I get that, I'll put it around the glass, around the frame, the part that I don't get the glue on here now, the epoxy. And that will go through the whole of the, from capillary action, that will go right around the rim of the glass. I'm pretty much at a standstill what I could do now, because I have to keep the glass at a certain angle so the glue doesn't go on the lens. So I could do a little more on the bottom here, looks like. Starting to harden up now. I mean, I still have 10 more minutes, but you could feel it's starting to stiffen up. Now I'm not very neat at this at all, but it don't have to be neat because like I said before, this stuff is going to smooth out. You would be surprised. Even when it starts to set up, it still smooths out. Okay, so one more over here on this side here. When I put it down in a resting place, you'll see how smooth it gets next time I turn the next, when next I do the next stage. All right, so this one I'm happy with the way it is now. I'm happy with that. Okay, so I'm going to put it over here. Uh-oh. 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 You don't want to get any glue. Now, that's why these reader glasses that I told you, the lenses on these glasses is a quality plastic that even though I got a little epoxy on there, it didn't melt the plastic. The glasses that you buy in the Philippines for $26, if the epoxy would have went on there, it would have melted it. So they are a much, much better product. For half the price, they're 10 times the product value. Okay, make sure there's nothing else. There is not. Okay, need a resting place for this. There's a resting place over there. Okay, that's done. Now I have another pair here that I want to get the glue on these on this metal frame, and I have enough time to get a little glue on these wires here. Now, if you notice, I'm doing the outside of these glasses. The other one was the inside, the flip side of this, just to show you the difference. And so, and then tomorrow I'll do the opposite side. So I'm just showing you. One is, you could do both. You could do both insides or both outside. There's no, believe me, there's no book on this how to do it. Just get it done. There's an advantage to doing the inside though, because the glasses sit relatively flat when you just do the insides. When you put it down, like when I just put this down on the I put it, I'll show it to you. When I put it down on top of the cookie box, the sewing container, which was a cookie box. You know, this one's going to be, I'm going to have to hold the glasses off the table. by putting them in a little bit of a different configuration. Okay, I have 3 more wires, and I have enough glue. Got lucky there, I'll tell you that. I had exactly, well, pretty close to exact the right amount. Not that I couldn't make more, but then I'd have to stop to make more. Okay. Done. That worked out nice. I got it up on the hook here. I just put it on the hook, and as long as it stays pretty level, it'll be okay. Yep, that'll work. Now, I'm not going to do any more. I'm not going to do any more glasses. Not today. The UV hardening glue is I'm not real sure what that is, Scott. Maybe we call it a different name, you and I. What is that? Is that the stuff that you put on and then you spray it with a second chemical and it hardens up? Because I think there is a product, Crazy Glue. It's like a Crazy Glue. You put the glue down on it and you spray it with another chemical. It hardens up in like 1 second. But I'm not real sure what that is, the UV glue. Yes, this is body and fender glue. This is what they use for body and fender. You can file it and grind it. They use this instead of nails. They use this in boats. I've seen whole boats built without a nail or a screw, where they put the wood together, because there's like a 1/4 inch space. They just cut it like a rough cut and shove it in there, and they glue around it. It's an amazing. It's a pretty. The epoxies came a long way since I was young in the field. But yes, this is body and fender glue. For all intent and purposes, it's body and fender glue. Oh, yeah, I know. I've seen that. There's like a light. You shine the light on it and it gets hard. Now I know what you're talking about. I've never used it, and they wouldn't have it here. They wouldn't have it here in the Philippines. You walk in. You know what they don't have? What they don't have here? You could write a book about. Jeez. It's an. I don't even. What else? What else don't they have here that you would think that you'd be able to buy here? A lot of stuff they don't have here. A lot. I don't care. You make do with what you can, but some things you would think they would have, like a punching bag. I had to go. Well, I went to all the places in Cebu a year and a half ago. I wanted a punching bag for a long time. I went to all the places in Cebu. They didn't have a punching bag. You got to order it online. And then what did I get? A punching bag that lasted 30 seconds. Band-Aids. That's right. Band-Aids is right. He's right. You cannot. Now, I know this to the people that are watching this, and I don't really want a lot of comments about this. Scott is my friend, and he's commenting. That's 2 thumbs up. But all you other people, just keep your comments to yourself. Thank you. You can't buy a Band-Aid in the Philippines. And the ones you buy, you also have to buy the tape to wrap tape around the band. There is no such thing as a Band-Aid in the Philippines that will stick to your finger or your arm or your leg. They don't exist. They don't have like an extra sticky, like a 4x4 patch. They have a 4x4 Band-Aid that the hospital has. No pharmacy has those. No pharmacy has any Band-Aids at all except a 3/8 inch wide Band-Aid with a 1 inch length. That's it. There's no 1 inch by 2 inch or 1.25 by 2.5 inches or 2 inches by 4. None of that. They don't exist. Doesn't happen. And when I wanted those bigger Band-Aids, I went to 23 pharmacies and each one said, "Oh yeah, they'll have it next." They just want you out of the store. They just want to send you off to another. They know no one has it. So one lady, I know exactly where you could buy those Band-Aids. In Anda, ANDA. That's 60 kilometers from here. 60. So she told me there's a drugstore across from the church in Anda has those Band-Aids. So that would be 2 hours to get on a bus to get there, 2 hours back, and they wouldn't have them. I call them the helpful Henrys, but you cannot buy Band-Aids. So you have to buy gauze and then tape it onto your leg or your arm, or tape it over the Band-Aid. And now Scott says, potato chips and French fry. No, you're not getting that shit. Why is potato chips? What was in Bacolod? Bacolod is the upper part of the Central Visayas. Dumagueti's at the bottom of the island and Bacolod is at the top. If you read the internet, Bacolod is the place to go to for vacation. So back in 2015, I met a girl from Bacolod, quite a pretty girl, and we talked for a while, and I decided, well, I'll go to Bacolod because it tells you Bacolod has an amusement park rides, water park, like a water park, and you could go there. And I figured, well, I'll go there. I'll bring the girl to the water park, and see what a water park was like in the Philippines. So I met the girl. It was what a fiasco. There's two. If anybody's ever going to Bacolod and the girl tells you to meet them at the Bacolod bus station, write this down. If this girl told me to meet her at the Bacolod bus station, Bacolod, Bocaload, Bacolod, LOD, Bacolod in Central Visayas. So she tells me to meet her at the Bacolod bus station. Write this down. So it's a 7-hour bus trip from Dumaguete, or you have to take a plane. So I wanted to see Dumaguete anyway. So I went to Dumaguete for 3 days, 2 or 3 days, and then I got on a bus to go to Bacolod. So I saw what Dumaguete is. It's a giant dump. It's a slum. It's a wasteland for drunk expats. Nothing else. Every business on the strip of Dumaguete is for drunks, expat drunks. That's it. That's all it's for. There's four colleges, and the girls are working their way through college. Let's not mix words. So every systemic drunk goes to Bacolod to be with the college girls, and they're working their way through school. It's a known fact. I don't know what it's like now, but that's what it was when I went there in 2015. Every bar I went into, every guy was drunk or getting drunk, and at the time I didn't drink at all. I mean, I've been in the Philippines for 7 years now. I had 2.5 beers total. So I don't drink. I mean, I never drink in public. That's out of the question. Even when I lived in New York, rarely did I drink in public unless I was with 10 or 15 of my friends. But in Bacolod, it's a shithole. Okay, it's basically a shithole for drunk expats that want to meet college girls. So in the daytime, there's nothing to do there. You walk up and down the strip. There's a stretch about half a mile of concrete bulkhead. And if you start on the terminal side, the terminal's not by the end of the bulkhead, but it's a couple of thousand feet away. But if you put your feet down on one end of the concrete strip and walk 5/8 of a mile maybe up the strip, you are going to get propositioned by everything from a 17, 18-year-old girl to a 60-year-old woman. You're going to get propositioned 2 times, 5 times, 7 times in the morning and in the afternoon. And at night, you're going to get propositioned 25 times. I don't know what it is now, but you're going to get propositioned. So anyway, I saw that place. It wouldn't be, because I was still looking for a place to live at the time. So this girl, I don't remember her name, she tells me to meet her at the Bacolod bus station. Write this down. So I get on, starts raining, so I decide I'm going to go to Bacolod, because there's nothing to do in Dumaguete anyway. 2 days, you see everything there is. There's nothing there. It's just a strip. And there's a bunch of bars where a bunch of expats hang out. And I don't drink. So what's the point of being in a bar if you don't drink? So I get on the bus at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a 7-hour ride, and I sat on the bus for an hour. The bus left at precisely 1 o'clock from Dumaguete. And it said 7 hours, but it was raining. So it was not 7 hours. Should have been there at 8 o'clock at night. But it was an extra hour and a half because of the rain. So 9:30. By the time I got to Bacolod, we were in basically a typhoon. It was just, there was no way to describe how much water was coming down. As much rain as could come down in any storm, that's how much rain there was. We got there safely, and the driver, I was sitting on the bus, the driver says, this is the Bacolod. This is the driver now. This is what the kind of shit you have to go through in the Philippines. This is the Bacolod bus station, sir. I'm in Bacolod, right? I'm here. So I text the girl that I'm going to be in the station in a half an hour. She was at her house, and she goes, okay, I'll meet you at the station. So the bus driver, he tells me we're going to be in Bacolod in a half an hour, and the girl tells me she's going to meet me at the Bacolod bus station. What is this? You're not going to believe this. So I get there, and I said to the girl, hold on, let me see something here. Yeah, it is. Batteries are impossible. Truck and car batteries are ridiculous, double the price, and you can't buy rechargeable batteries here. Are rechargeable batteries, 2 AA batteries, rechargeable, are $14. And they only last 1 year. Hard to go to South Florida, New York City, where you could get anything you want. That's right, it's hard. Imagine going to a beautiful tropical and water-ring paradise to sit around and get drunk and chase whores. That's what it boils down to. That's what these guys are here for. Mike Stallone gets Proposition 26 times. Average guy once or twice a month. Passport TV. I haven't seen that guy in months. Hey, Passport. Everybody's doing well. I did see My Real Philippines Interest, where you had that food, but I watched it on this Samsung phone, not on the computer. I didn't have a computer the other day, and I just figured out just yesterday how to push the thumbs up, and there's a little line that says comments. You have to click that, because you could. I was scrolling up and down and going, how do I leave a comment? But I can't. I didn't realize there was a word that said comments, and you click that, and then the comments appear. The Samsung phone, I'm sure it does everything everybody says it does, so I couldn't leave a comment. Thanks for stopping by, Passport. So, the bus driver tells me this is the Bacolod bus station. So let me try to make you understand. Let me get a pen. Okay? This is amazing. This should do it. So we're coming from Dumaguete up north, and this is the Bacolod bus station, right? So I tell the girl, I'm going to get off at the Bacolod bus station. And she tells me she's going to go to the Bacolod bus station. So I get off the bus. I mean, it was raining. Oh, God, it was raining. It was, to me, I don't care about that because I worked out on the ocean my whole life. But to get from the bus to where there were seats, there's 5 inches of water. It's not like it is in America. Maybe they built a proper bus station now, but then it was all broken concrete. So you had to walk through 4 inches of water. But not 4 inches of water because there wasn't any drainage. 4 inches of water because in some parts of the streets there were 18 inches of water. There's no drainage, and it's sewer water. So I go to the Bacolod bus station. And she goes to the Bacolod bus station. So I said, well, she's late. So it's 10 o'clock by the time I... Now, wait, I don't have a load. I ran out of load in my phone. So the last text was to meet her at the Bacolod bus station. So now she's not there. So I have to find a place to get a load. Well, there's no place in the Bacolod bus station. There's a police officer office, and where they do computer work there, one police officer and two Bacolod workers. So they tell me there's a place to buy a load over there, wherever over there is. It was about 100 feet away. So I go there and I buy a load. No sooner do I get back, now it's raining that hard as it could be, and the wind is blowing 30, 40, 45 miles, 45 kilometers per hour. So in order to be dry, it's just a metal roof. There's no walls. You had to be right in the middle of where the chairs were. That's how hard the wind was blowing. And I just have this cheap $10 cell phone. So no sooner do I get to sit down in the middle, you know, there were seats there because there weren't a lot of people. I sit down and I start texting, my battery dies. So now it's 10 o'clock. I have to go to where the police officer was and ask them to plug in my cell phone. And they do, no problem. So I let it charge for about 15 minutes, and I go back and text this girl, I'm at the Bacolod bus station. And she texts me back, so am I. I don't see you. Because I told her I had on a blue jacket. I don't see you either. She had on whatever color jacket she had. So I said, well, tell you what, go to the main office, texting. Go to the main office where the police is, and we'll meet there. Because it's not a big station. The station's only 45 feet by 45 feet, by the way. Now, I don't know why I can't see her and why she can't see me. Because everybody's huddled into the station anyway. At this point, 2 more buses came. So I get to I go to the police station where the men are there, the workers for the Bacolod bus station, and she's not there. I knew what she looked like. She's not there. I'm the only person standing at the counter. So I text her again, are you at the police station? Yes. Well, I'm standing here and I don't see you. I don't see you either. And I now I'm thinking that, well, she's not going to show up. She's just not going to, raining too hard, she's just not going to show up. So with that, the police officer comes out from behind the glass window and said, are you trying to meet a girl here at the Bacolod bus station? And I said, yeah, because he could hear the conversation. So this is just the first time I ever heard these words. He goes, do you want the Bacolod bus station south, or do you want the Bacolod bus station north? Can you fucking imagine this? The bus driver didn't tell me there was a south or a north. The girl who lives in Bacolod didn't know there was a Bacolod south and a Bacolod north, or she didn't tell me. Nobody that I asked, is this the Bacolod station? Are we sure we're at the Bacolod? Yeah, no one told me Bacolod south or north, but the policeman said, do you want Bacolod south or Bacolod north? And I said, I don't know. I didn't know there was a north. He goes, yes, ask the girl where she's at. So she was at the north station. So the bus driver didn't tell me there was a south and a north. Nobody on the bus told me there was a south and a north. And the girl didn't know or didn't tell me. So I texted her back. And I said to her, where are you? And she says, are you at the south or the north station? So she didn't know. So she had to ask somebody. She said, hold on. And then she texted me back north. She put down north. So now it's after 10:30 and it's still raining and it's cold and I'm tired. I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's pouring. So I said, how far is that? It was a couple of miles. It's not far, 2-3 miles. So I said to the girl, you go home and I'll meet you in the morning. It's too late now anyway. I'm soaking wet. I'm exhausted, tired. It's raining like you've never seen rain, like it never rained before in all of the history of mankind. It's making up for it. So she said, okay. She was okay with that. We were both okay with it. It's already 11:15 by the time the last text comes back. So now I got to get a tricycle. But there are no tricycles. There's no motorized tricycles, no cabs, because the streets had 18 to 24 inches of water in the streets around the bus station. So there's a guy on a bicycle. That's how most of the tricycles in Bacolod are bicycle tricycles. You see my Bacolod videos. I'm on a bicycle tricycle. That was a real beast of burden. I felt bad for them guys to have to hump me around, me and the girl. So I tell the tricycle guy I want to go to a hotel. He goes, what kind of hotel do you want? You want a girl with that? He wanted to know no, just bring me to a cheap hotel. I want to go to sleep. I'm tired. I'm really tired. So we get on this bicycle, and he starts down this block, and the water kept getting deeper and deeper. By the time we got to the deepest part, the water was over. I had to take my wallet out of my pocket, put it in my backpack, and put my backpack on my head. The water was over where I was sitting in the seat, so 24 inches of water. And he was pedaling through the water. So he only had to go about 3 blocks. And 3 blocks from the Bacolod South is a $10 a night hotel. So I said, just bring me to a cheap hotel. He goes, there's a lot of noise around this place because there's a lot of bars. And when we get to the hotel, he goes, that bar over there, you can get a girl for 500 pesos. And he's giving me a price list. I said, dude, I just want to go to sleep. So I go into the hotel, and the people were very nice there. It was a very poor hotel. She goes, do you want the room for an hour or 3 hours? I said, no, I want to stay here for the night. Oh, okay. So that would be 500 pesos. So I give her 500 pesos. And they bring me up to the room. There's no lock on the door at all. There's just no lock. The door just closes. There's no hot water at all. And the pipes are sticking out of the wall. The tiles all broke. You could see the pipe where they fixed the pipe, and they just broke the tile out. They never put cement back or anything like that. The bathroom floor was 1/8 of an inch of brown slime. The toilet bowl was, you see it in my video what it looks like. The bathroom stunk of urine. You could slide from one end of the bathroom to the other with just the slightest wind would push you from the. So you had to wear your shoes to go into the shower, which they were wet anyway, so it didn't matter. But you couldn't walk in the bathroom barefoot because you'd too slippery. It was just like oil on the floor. Urine. It was urine oil. So I take a bath, shower, cold water. One thing they had was pressure. God, there was pressure there. It power washed the slime from the street. Well, we were in 24 inches of sewer water now. We weren't in just rainwater. That was sewer water. So I got power washed down. I texted the girl, I'm safe. I'm in a hotel. And she tells me what hotel, and I tell her. She goes, "Oh yeah, I know exactly where that is." I bet she did. So she says, "I'll be there at 8:30 in the morning." So I said, "Okay." So I went. I laid. So now I lay down. There's no lock on the door. I'm going, "Oh, this is. I don't. I got my computer. I got GoPro cameras. I got a phone, $10 phone." So I take the bed, and I move the bed over. I put the bed in front of the door. The bed was immaculate clean. The sheets, the bedspread, the pillowcases smelled like it was, just laundry fresh. Man, I went to sleep I went out like a light. About 3 o'clock in the morning, I wake up and the music is, I thought I was in Africa. Apparently there was a bar just next door to the hotel, and that, when I got there, it wasn't really in full force, but now it was. I went right back to sleep, and I looked out the window, and it had a red light on it and everything. I was in the red light district. No wonder the girl knew where it was. So in the morning, she comes at 8:30 sharp. She's right there, and we said hello to each other. She was a very nice girl, but she brings me to her house. Now, I have seen poor before. Not her house, but to get to her house, you had to walk through squatters' village, like about 175 feet of squatters. People were literally, and it was still raining in the morning, by the way. People were literally had a clear visqueen draped over them, and they were laying on top of 5 milk crates, regular plastic milk crates or soda bottle crates, and they just had visqueen over them. And that was where we walked to get to her house. And they were sleeping on milk crates, pallets, a makeshift tent made out of a couple of pallets and a piece of old tarpaulin. And I'm going, "Well, where are we going?" She goes, "We're going to my house." And I'm going, "Well, we might be going to your house, but I'll probably be leaving when I get there." So she had a regular house. There was a regular house, attached house. And you walk in, they had a television set, they had a refrigerator, fan, and maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 people were in the house. But when I got in the house, a dozen people came in to see me, because I had this huge backpack with all my equipment in it, and they were all eyeballing that. So I knew what was going on. That I wasn't going to get robbed from those people, but they wanted me to start drinking tuba and rum with them. I said, "No, I'm going to leave now. I'm leaving. I'm going. You can come with me, or you can stay." She goes, No, stay and meet my family." Because I was only in there 90 seconds when I was getting ready to leave. So she goes, "We'll go into the bedroom." So in the bedroom, her mother was and her brother, and they were very nice people. They were very nice people. I talked to them, I talked to the mother, I talked to the brother. But now another 3 minutes. Now I mean 3 minutes went by. It says, I'm going to be leaving. I'm going. I'm leaving. Either you can come with me and we'll go get a hotel, a real hotel, or I'm just going to leave. But I'm leaving. So she goes, "Let's go have lunch." So I said, "Okay." And the brother says, "Can I come with you?" "Sure. I don't care." I didn't know what he meant, really, because I was new to the Philippines. So she goes, No, you stay here." So with that, another brother walks in. I don't know if it was her brother. Another guy walks in. So The other guy goes, "Can I come with you too for lunch?" I said, "No, just one is enough." Because I know now I'm going to have to pay for this. And I don't care, but I'm not paying. Then it'd be two, then it'd be three, then it'd be four. And I didn't want to be walking around with two guys and this girl. I don't know who they are. I have a lot of. I had my cameras. I had two GoPros, the phone, and the Nikon, snapshot camera, the SLR camera, and my computer. So I said to the guy, "No, just one guy can come." So we go to this restaurant. We have to walk out of the village now. But before we do, I'm walking out of the bedroom, and the second brother says to me, "Where are you going?" I said, "Well, I told you we're going to go have lunch." You don't have to take that backpack with you. You can we will watch it. You leave it here. And I said, "Now I know I'm going to get robbed now." So I had my passport, my ACR card. I have all my identification in there. So I no, you leave it here. Don't worry, you don't have to carry that. They were going to rob my backpack for sure. They were going to rob it. There's no doubt about it. So we go to the restaurant. This is a true story. This is one of the strangest things I ever saw in my life. Maybe somebody can tell me what disease this is. I don't know. I never figured it out. No one ever told me. We go to the restaurant and we sit down. And the brother says to me, "Can I order a piece of chicken? A chicken, whatever chicken he wanted." I think he ordered a leg, with the whole leg, the big part, the big leg part. And the food was great there. The food was excellent. I said, "Yeah, you can order that." And he goes, and a beer. I said, "Yeah, you can order that. I mean, I'm going to take the guy out for lunch, right?" So he orders a Heineken. And I don't know how much they were, a couple of dollars. And the chicken was about 80 pesos. So she and I order food. And I don't drink. She doesn't drink either. And the guy slams the beer down like it was ice water. And he goes, "I'm going to have another beer." And I said, "I tell you what. Finish your chicken and leave. I don't want you here anymore." Because by this time, I had had enough of him. His blah, 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 blah. He's this. And I'm straight out of New York. I don't need to hear all this shit. Finish your chicken and leave. "Well, can I get a beer to go?" I said, "No, you can just go. Just leave. Okay? You serve no purpose here." I'm trying to talk to her, and he's screaming shit into my left ear. And it's just blah, blah, blah. I didn't realize the guy had, an IQ around 12. So he finishes his chicken. Can I get a beer to go?" And I said, "No." So he walks over to the cash register and he orders a beer. And the woman comes over and says, "He just ordered another beer." I said, "No, he can't have another beer." So he goes. Of course, I paid his bill, but I don't want him here. So he goes and stands outside and looks in like this. He's just standing outside looking in. I don't care. Not bothering me anymore. So we finish our lunch. We talked for about 40 minutes. She was pretty cool. We decided we're going to go to the water park the next day. And the brother is still outside. Well, he was waiting for me to come outside. She still wanted another beer. So she told me the brother's an alcoholic. So when we got outside, I said, "No, there's no more beer." So with that, a guy is begging. This is a poor neighborhood. It's 5 blocks from the squatters area where she lived, but it's still a very poor neighborhood. So the guy, now this is crazy. You're not going to believe this. The guy he puts his hand out and he goes like this because when they want to eat, they go like this. And the guy has, I'm not lying to you. I don't know how this is humanly, maybe somebody out there is a doctor. Somebody could tell me what this is. Wait, let me. Thank you, Jim. Roman Shupra. Scott the Fuego was very entertaining story. I was laughing to myself when Michael said he was on the bicycle taxi and water started. Yeah, that's crazy. These are the incomparable Fazio stories. Can't make it up. This is. Oh, wait till you see what the next part of this is. Hello, Lee 73. Canny Ford, thank you for stopping by. Hello. He is the best storyteller on YouTube, says Andrew. Thank you. So what a memory. Jim. So when the guy has the handout, I'm taking change out of my pocket. And now, if there's a doctor in the house, we need you now. I need a doctor. Or somebody that could tell me what this is, because I thought this would be impossible. So he's going like this, and he's got his hand out. So I don't know what it was, some coins in his hand, 30, 40 pesos maybe, because you could buy 2 pieces or 3 pieces of chicken. They were 12 pesos each. Fried chicken, so he could get 3 pieces of chicken. But when he went like this bone here, and this bone here, and part of this bone, and all this area here that I'm going to mark out on my hand. All this area here that I marked out on my hand, there was no skin. There was no flesh. There was no blood, but you could see the bones in his hand. This side had flesh on it, but this side had no skin, no flesh, and you could see the bones in his hand when he was going like that. And I looked at the guy, and I was embarrassed to make a video. I won't make a video of something like that. That's a hardship thing. So I said to the guy, he doesn't understand any English. So I gave him 100 pesos plus whatever change I had given him to get something to eat. And I walk away. And I said, no, I can't leave this guy like this. I said to the girl, come on, we're going to go back. We're going to get that guy and we're going to bring him to the hospital. I didn't even care if I had to pay for it. I didn't care. I had plenty of money. I brought a bunch of money to the Philippines with me. So I said to the guy, now he had bought a piece of chicken. No alcohol. He had bought chicken. He bought something to eat. And I said to the girl, tell the guy we're going to bring him to the hospital. Well, he don't want to go to the hospital. He didn't want to go. No matter what I said to him, come on, I'll pay for the hospital. Come on, let's go. No hospital. And that's where I left him. But is there a disease that eats your flesh? That there's no blood. There was no blood coming out of his hand or his wrist. The flesh was gone. The skin was gone. The bones were there. You could see the bones clear as day. Looked like chicken bones. I didn't really. No, I did 2.5 hours of the glass repair, Jim. And then I put the epoxy where I want it in place. And then until this cures, I did 2 pairs of glasses like this. Until this cures, I can't do any more work on it. I have to turn it over and do this side next. So I did do the glass repair. Just go back and start it from the beginning. I showed you how to drill the holes, how to put the wire in, how to prepare the glasses, how to put the crazy glue on. I did the glass repair, but the stories, we have to give something. For the money I make here, which is zero, you gotta give them something for their money besides just work. So, does anybody know what that would make the bones, the meat not bleed, the skin not bleed, and to be able to see the bones? I never saw that before. Well, anyway, the girl and I forgot the name of the hotel I got. It was a beautiful place. God, what brand new hotel. It couldn't have been no more than a few months old. It was not expensive. 7 stories high. I think it was on the 4th or 5th story. Brand new. Food was fantastic and cheap. It wasn't like an expense. It was in a bad neighborhood though. At night, I walked around. They had a security guard at the hotel, so the rooms were safe. I felt comfortable leaving my stuff. I felt comfortable leaving my stuff in the room when nobody was there, but I wasn't leaving my shit in the room when just she was there and leave the hotel. I think my backpack would have disappeared. You couldn't walk around that. I walked around the neighborhood at night. Most people would not. I don't know why they wouldn't, but I walked around to see what was going on. It was another red light district, but it was a brand new hotel in that area. What a great hotel in a bad area. So with that, the girl and I spent the night there, and now we're going to go to the water park, but it's raining. It's still raining. Typhoon shit. Typhoon. We're talking, we were talking, it stopped raining at night for a couple of hours, but typhoon. Yes, only seen bones and living flesh in movies. Never saw anything like that before. I still feel bad to this day that I didn't drag that guy into the hospital. He wouldn't go. He wasn't going to the hospital. I guess he knew they were going to cut his hand off. And, you know, that much he knew. Anyway, maybe it was gangrene, and after they took the dead skin off, that's what was left. I don't know. So the next day, you couldn't see across the street. So the water park's an hour from the Bacolod proper city, maybe an hour and a half, without the rain. And so I call up the water park, and they said, yes, we're open. I said, is it raining there? She goes, yes, sir. So I said, well, are the rides open? No, sir, no rides are open. So I said, are the prices on the computer said the rooms were 7,500 pesos per night for 2 people. That included breakfast. That's $150. I'm sitting in one of the most beautiful hotels I was ever in the Philippines for $24. But the $150 for the night included unlimited rides in the amusement park for 2 people. So it was a good deal. So I said to the lady on the phone, I used the hotel's phone, well, if the rides are closed and you can't go on the rides and it's raining, how much is the room per night? And she tells me 7,500 pesos. I said, yeah, but I can't use any of the rides. Yes, sir. What do you mean, yes, sir? Well, I'm paying to use the rides, but I can't use the rides. Yes, sir. That was like at that worthless piece of shit hotel called the Costa Bella Hotel in Cebu. Costa Bella. Costabella. It's a total ripoff. It was raining. Couldn't use the beach. Couldn't use their kayak. Couldn't rent the kayaks. Couldn't rent the jet ski. Couldn't go on the beach. Couldn't go in the pool. $110 a night, no discount. And the food sucked. The breakfast sucked. I mean, it was okay, but it wasn't worth $110 for the night. I was there by myself. First night in the Philippines. They said to the guy, "Why are you charging me $110? You can't use the pool. You can't use the nothing." "Yes, sir. It's $110. It was 10 o'clock at night when I got there. So I paid the money, but the next day I left. And it was $1 a minute to borrow their cell phone to make a phone call to find another hotel. $1 a minute they were charging me. Meanwhile, they were getting a load where it was going to cost them $7 for the week, unlimited 300 minutes, and they were charging me $1 a minute. So I had to give them like an extra $40, which would have bought me 7 weeks load, or 2,000 minutes. The Philippines is a strange place. So I don't go to that water park. So she tells me, "I want to go to the water park." And I said, "But it's closed." "That's okay. The rooms are beautiful." I said, "Well, I don't know. Maybe you should just leave." I had had enough of her anyway. Her saying, "Yeah, you could leave your backpack at my house." There was something really fishy there anyway. And anyway, that she left, and I called up a couple of other women to meet me. None of them showed up. It was like a last minute thing. So now they're supposed to be. I'm giving you what's in Bacolod to go see. This is what's in Bacolod. Nothing. They're supposed to be the world's best fried chicken in the world, in the whole world, is in Bacolod. And it sucks. Believe me when I won't tell you the name. I don't remember the name of the restaurant. It sucks. And for a roasted chicken in Bohol was 110 pesos. And for a roasted chicken in Bacolod at the world's best chicken in the whole world was 300 pesos. So it was almost 3 times the price. And the chicken was garbage. It just wasn't good. It wasn't the world's best, that's for sure. It wasn't even as good as the 110 peso street chickens. And this is street food, because you don't eat in a restaurant, it's just open tables. So that food sucked. So that is the tourist attraction for Bacolod, except they have a mall there. And this all started with Scott Del Fuego with potato chips. So I go to the mall, and I want to buy a shirt, a nice shirt. And it had Izod shirts, $40. $40 in a place that people are making $8 a day to do labor work. So they'd have to work for a year to save up money for a shirt. Or they'd have to work all week and just spend their whole entire paycheck for one shirt. This was the most expensive mall, all things considered. So anyway, they had a food store. So now I'm going to go back to the hotel, but I'm not going to eat their food except for dinner. I'm going to buy some apples and tangerines, some bread, chunk of cheese, stuff like that, some bologna and some salami. Because I'm going to be in Bacolod for 4 more days. Little did I know it was going to be longer than that. So I get my foods, and I said, you know what? I haven't had any potato chips in a long time. A 6-ounce bag of potato chips was 369 pesos. It was $7. $7 for a 6-ounce bag of Wise potato chips. Or Lay's potato chips. $7. I didn't have potato chips. I didn't buy them. But so this mall, I decided I'm going to walk around the mall. The mall was like a half a mile from one end to the other, maybe a quarter of a mile, but it seemed like it went on forever. So I spent the rest of the day there shopping for foods and whatever else I wanted. I had some snacks, I bought some cake, and I go back to the hotel, and now I look on the computer. What else is there to see in Bacolod? So we saw the world's best chicken, which sucked, and we saw the biggest mall on the island of Dumaguete, which was overpriced by 3 or 4 times the prices that were in Bohol. So the next thing on the list is the library. Any small town in America had a bigger library than this library, but it was a library in the Philippines, so it was a big deal. And it had some art. When you walk in the door, there was some Art Deco shit. The next thing after that is the Hall of Justice, where the mayor or the governor or both of them are in Marble Hall. That's what it's listed. All marble statues and blah, blah, blah. And no sooner do I get in, it was free to get in, but I had to take a tricycle in the rain now. You'll see me in Bacolod if you Google my Bacolod videos. I'm walking through a typhoon for more than a mile to get to the chicken place, and then another half a mile to get to the mall. The next day I took a bicycle to the hall, and no sooner do I get in there than the sky opens up. I mean, rain like you wouldn't believe. And they announce on the loud system that we all have to leave. You have to, because it's raining too hard outside. So they're going to close the building for the day. I think I got like 2 pictures, no video. And you could walk into Queens County, courthouse and see more marble on the entrance stairway than that was in the courthouse. So anyway, back to the hotel. The next day it rained too hard. You couldn't go anywhere. So you know what? I said, you know what? I'm going home. Well, it was raining so hard that there were no airplanes landing because it was a typhoon. So I said, I call up Dumaguete and I says, is it raining down there? And the hotel I was staying in, they said, no, sir, it's not raining. So I couldn't get an airplane to go back to Bohol, and I really didn't want to spend 9 hours on a bus. But no, sir, it's not raining. Okay, so I'll come down and I'll take the ferry back to Bohol from Dumaguete. Wrong. I got to get water. Be right back. So I go down I go to the bus station, Bacolod South. By the way, Bacolod South, Bacolod North. I go to the bus station, and the bus station is open. It's raining like a son of a gun. And the puddles were not much smaller than they were, a little bit. You could sit down and you only got your ankles wet in the tricycle to get to the bus station. So I get on the bus and everybody had a chicken or chickens. They had baby chickens, they had roosters in boxes, and I felt left out. I was the only person on the bus that didn't have a chicken. I don't know what they were doing with the chickens. I guess they were bringing them someplace to sell them. So on the way down to Dumaguete, it was sunny for about 3 hours, and it started to rain, and the skies opened up again. So I get down to Dumaguete, and the ferries, I want to go straight to the ferry. Well, the typhoon went that way. So whatever the guy in the hotel said that everything is open down here, the ferries and everything were running, During that 7.5 hour bus ride down to Dumaguete. Now I got on at like a 7 o'clock in the morning bus. The buses run every hour, and they run every hour too. There's a lot of people that transfer up and down the coast from Dumaguete to Bacolod. So the buses run every 43 minutes every hour. In that time, the typhoon hit, the ferries are closed. Airports closed. So I get the hotel, and there's nothing to do there now. There's nothing to do. You can't go outside, it's raining, and you can't do anything. So I stayed in the hotel room, and I watched television for that day. That was the room I made the Pope video. The Pope video with the automatic toilet flushing. I never saw one of these things before. $7. That's right, $7. So I get into the hotel. It was a different room, same hotel. And this one had an automatic toilet flusher on there. You push the button on the side, I think it was on the left side. No, it was on the right side. You push the button with your finger, and the water squirts right up into your butt. Does a good job too. It's like a garden hose, small hose, high pressure. I mean, it's a power washing, butt cleaning operation. Works perfect. So that was when I took the the magazine with the Pope on it. I don't know the name of the video. And I cleansed the Pope with the butt cleaning thing. Oh God, I got a lot of flack for that. And that I made a couple of videos with cleaning up the Pope. And then the next day, I want to go home. I'm done here. There's nothing to do in Bacolod. There was nothing to do there. The girl was a very nice girl, but I mean, she was never going to be my wife. I didn't know that at the time. She was really, 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 really pretty. I mean, really pretty. I mean, but she knew every hotel in the red light district. And now that's because it's a small town, but she was not for me. She just, well, she wasn't what I was looking for in life. For when she told me she wanted to go to the water park, and she wanted me to spend $150 a night to stay in a room that we couldn't use the rides for the next day, that's not the kind of girl I want to be with. I want to be with a girl that says, no, we cannot go to the water park. The rides are closed. We don't want to spend $150 a night. But she was just looking to, I don't know, maybe she's looking for a rich guy. I'm not that guy. So I check out of the hotel room, 10 o'clock in the morning, and I want to go get the ferry. And I go to the ferry station, and it's closed. So I said to the ferry operator, when is it going to open up? We don't know, sir. It's a typhoon. So I go back to the hotel, and I get the same room. And I said to them, how long does... Oh, it could be a day. It could be a week, sir. So I said, well, I don't want to be here for a week. So what I did was, the next day, I get up early, and I go right around the corner, and I buy an airplane ticket to go back to Bohol, because the airplanes are flying out of Dumaguete, but they weren't flying out of Bacolod. Now, I don't know if they are or not up in Bacolod. That's 250 miles away, 300 miles away. I don't care. But the only airline ticket you could get from Dumaguete goes from Dumaguete to Manila with a 6-hour layover. Or was it 10? Forgot. And then back to Bohol. I think it was 6 hours. So I buy the airplane ticket for that day. So I got up early in the morning. I get on an airplane about 11:30 in the morning, I guess it was, and I'm in Manila at 12:30. And then at 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night, the plane leaves from Manila to go to Bohol. But this is what pissed me off, like you wouldn't believe. At the airport, I paid 7,000 pesos, $150 for the ticket, so I could go home. Because I'm just going to spend 3 or 4 days maybe in the hotel doing nothing. I don't want to be there. There's no diving there. The water's dirty. It's polluted like you wouldn't believe. Dumaguete water at Dumaguete City proper. It's polluted. You can't even go in the water. It's brown. You can't see your ankles in 6 inches of water. You can't see your feet. I get at the airport. I get on the plane at 11:30 and I take off, and I look down, and the ferries are running. The ferries are coming in to the port of Dumaguete. So I just spent $150 for a plane ticket, and it's going to be a 12-hour trip. So now I got to go to. I'm on the plane. Can't get off. I got to go to Manila, and wait 6 or 7 hours there, or 10 hours maybe, and then fly back from Manila to Bohol, Tagbilaran City, and then get a ride home from Tagbilaran City at. I guess it was about. If I got there at 12:30, 7:30, 8:30, this was about 9 o'clock. I got into Tagbilaran City. I would have been home 6 hours before that if I would have just waited 2 more hours. And I was at the ferry terminal in the morning, and the son of a bitch didn't tell me that the ferries were going to start running at lunchtime. The Philippines is like that. Philippines is like that. That was. Okay, yeah, this stream, the butt fountain. That's right, Passport. It's designed. It's really. It was. I think I forgot the name of the video. I'd have to switch accounts and look up the word Pope, which I just got another one of my videos with the Pope in it taken down. Apparently, what you used to be able to talk about the Pope, you're not allowed to talk about the Pope, even though the videos are from 2010. There was one with the Pope's pipe. Apparently, I missed that one. Do you know that I have 7,238 videos on my Hoodwinked account, and I have 4,900 are private. 4,900. I have 7,000 videos on my Hoodwinked, and I had to make 4,900 of them private. But nobody could see them at all. And there's probably about 700 or to 1,000 on Patreon that are set as unlisted. Which then if they don't like what it's on that video, they won't strike you. They'll just remove the video. And I don't even know if anybody. I'm not even sure if someone flagged the video that was on Patreon or. I mean, the title was pretty freaking rabid. Oh, God, the title was... If I even said the title right now, I'd get a strike. For just saying the title of the video that they removed from my Patreon account, that's how unpolitically correct it was. Andrew, if you're still here, I know you are. I found... So, one video that got taken down 2 weeks ago, I didn't get a strike for it. It just was removed. It was about Mr. Obama and his religious ties. Big Mike got a mention in there. The Pope, Ratzenberger, and the fact that he was a gay man his entire life. And and immigration, illegal immigration, how they were going to flood America with and that was, the video was posted in 2012, but it was from 2010. And that's how far back I've been telling you they're going to open up the borders. So Andrew, if you're listening, that's what I was going for this morning. It's that video is in a drive, in a box, in a box, in a box from New York, the box. But I took a video of the video, because YouTube gives you 7 days to review your video and refute the allegations that it's politically incorrect. If you watch this video, there's nowhere to go with it. There's just nowhere to go. There were so many things that are wrong with the video. I was talking about Mr. Obama's Muslim roots. I was talking about the Pope and what he did with his secretary, the illegal immigration, and Pat Leahy, and Obama's bringing in, he was bringing in a particular ethnic group by the plane load. And this is true. He was going to somewhere in the Mideast, to a certain religious type of area, and just telling people, get on the plane, we're going to bring you to America, and we're going to put you in a house in a small town America. That's what he was doing. And he brought hundreds of thousands, is what they admit to. He was bringing in several plane loads a day, all throughout America, small town America, and loading them up. And I was on a tear like you wouldn't believe. And the shit I said in the video, I'm surprised the Secret Service didn't come and see me, let alone freaking YouTube. So I copied it with this camera that I'm talking on, this gadget. But I can't put it back on Hoodwink, because if the algorithm will pick it up, I don't know that they would even let me put it on as unlisted. This is probably as far as you could go with politically incorrectness and cursing and pretty inflammatory comments. Maxine Waters, yeah, I did one on her. I am actually going to have to. I have my 2 channels, and then I have the one where I can view other people. You know, if they have me blocked, I have to. I'm going to start a 4th channel. You'll have to help me with that. We'll make a quick channel, and then I'll put it on the 4th disposable channel, because I don't know that even as unlisted, this one is the shit I got away with on YouTube. This one is about as rabid as it gets. I don't know that I ever made one worse than this. I probably did, and in those 4,900 videos that are private, and you know what, YouTube won't even let me see those videos, because YouTube only goes back 20 videos per page and 100 pages. So it allows you to go back 2,000 videos in your repertoire of videos, and that's it. You can't see any further back than 2,000. They're still there. If you know the name of the video, it'll pop right up on in your content. But I can't see 3,000. I can't see, if I have 7,000 videos and I can see back 2,000 videos, I can't see 5,000 videos that I have on YouTube. to copy and paste them someplace else. But I do have every one of those videos on drives. So, and they're in a box, in a box, in a box, in a box. I couldn't open up the container today anyway because it's raining and those termites, they fly around. I don't want, you got to open up that box on the sunniest, hottest part of the day, on the sunniest day, after you cut the grass and the weeds all around the front of the container. Otherwise, the termites will fly in there. And during the hot, sunny part of the day, the termites don't fly. So I don't want termites in that box because I got antiques and wood shit in there. I got plywood. I got a bunch of wood in there, stuff that I'm going to use for building materials. So I can't see 5,300 of my videos, but I have them on drive. So I really could start another channel. I don't know, maybe I'll name it Obama Plus. But this channel is definitely going to be disposable. And I'm just going to put that old shit on there, and then I'm only going to put it on Patreon or to my friends, because the shit I said, that was right around the time that the Secret Service came to visit me with the DEA. That was right around the same time. In my backyard, they came to visit me. The DEA was a guy who owed me money. I did a septic tank for him. But he brought either the NSA or CIA or who guards the president and the presidential thing where they have, if they want to send somebody out for the president, Secret Service. So the DEA guy who owed me money, a lot of money, $7,000. And the reason why he owed me money is because he said, I'll pay you when the job is all done. I had no problem with that. Was my, pretty much, that was the way I did business anyway. This way they know I'm not, if I don't ask them for a deposit, they don't have to worry about anything. I'm going to do the job and they're going to pay me because they're going to sign a contract. And if they don't pay that money, they'll go to jail. So I had a contract with him, but only I had a contract. He didn't have a contract. He goes, just make one copy for you. He goes, I'm going to pay you when you're done. I'm sure he was. I mean, he introduced me to his wife and his children, and we went out on the boat for the day, and he was a cool guy, but he was the DEA, the Florida Drug Enforcement. So he comes to my house to pay me. I thought he was going to give me a check, and he gives me $7,300 in cash in $100 bills. This is the DEA. So he goes, but I want to get that contract from you. I gave him the contract and he paid me in cash. So apparently even the DEA only works with cash too. So the other guy standing there, he was about 4 feet wide, and he was every bit of 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", like that. And he goes, aren't you the guy that makes the Obama videos? And I look at him and I'm going, yeah, that's me. He goes, do you like Obama? I said, nah, I fucking hate that motherfucker. And he goes, I said, why? You know, I asked him, what's it? Then he tells me who he was. He worked for the Secret Service. So I said, I hate that motherfucker. He's going to destroy America. You know that, right? He goes, all that aside. He goes, do you plan on ever going to Washington to see Obama? I said, what the fuck would I go there for? He goes, well, maybe you want to, do something. I said, no, I just like to make fucking videos about him. I'm allowed to do that, right? Because what I was doing at the time was this video that I made. I didn't just make the videos for YouTube. I sent those videos out. I don't think I ever put anything on Facebook, and I don't think I had a Twitter account, but I sent those videos out to YouTube and to whitehouse.org. All the Obama videos went to whitehouse.org and YouTube, which is why they smacked me so hard. So apparently, somehow these two guys were connected, and they reached out for somebody that knew me in the Florida Keys. And the funny part about this is, to me, it was funny. In Florida, I always carried a belly gun. Always. I didn't even go put the garbage out without a belly gun. But when I was working, taking the drives off the ocean racer, I think I was doing that at the time, and I took the belly gun and put it on the workstation where I was under a rag. So the guy says to me, the DEA agent, he goes, he knows I have weapons, because it pops right up on their screen that you're a concealed carry permit holder. So I said, yeah. He goes, well, where are they? So I said, there's one under the rag there, and there's one over there on the workstation, and there's one inside the shed. 3. I don't know. I didn't feel... I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Who the fuck knows? So they take the one under the rag, and they say, you just stay here. And they put it over in the shed. They put the other 2 in the shed. So that's when he asked me questions. If I was going to go see Obama. I said, I'm not going to go fucking see Obama. It's cost me a fucking fortune, and I'll go to jail for the rest of my life. And probably wouldn't be able to accomplish what the mission agenda was anyway. So, I mean, it's not... fuck, you think you just walk up and you can talk to the president? I can't do that shit. So, that was it. Yeah. So, they knew who I was. The Secret Service. He knew exactly who I was. But he came to the Florida Keys and somehow hooked up with the DEA agent. And then neither one of them had a problem with that guy paying me in cash. They were all freaking corrupt. Wait, this guy's 30. The DEA agent was in his early 30s. Wait, you don't understand. He had $385,000 to $450,000 house on the water on the Bayside, near a beautiful big open area on the bay. All mosquitoes and crocodiles, but it was still beautiful. Then he has a 26-foot center console boat with 2 motors on it, and a wife and 4 children, all on $28,000 a year. And he's paying me cash. And that was not the first job that I did for him. I had to run a trench down along the side of his house. 45 feet trench with one leg around the back, 15 feet for $3,200. That was all cash also. And I loved that guy. And there was a couple other jobs I did for his friends, all cash. All the DEA guys pay cash. I don't think maybe they don't have a bank account. That's corruption. Yeah, that's what it is. So that's my Secret Service. And they want to hear the best part. I'll tell you what the best part of this whole thing is. The guy, the DEA agent, asks me, do I know another guy named Mikey? Now, we used to call him, what was his name? He smoked crack, and he owned a heavy equipment company. I forgot it. I think we called him Mikey Crackhead. I'm not sure. It was something with the word crack in it. So he asks me if I know Mikey Crackhead. Now, there's only 5 people that own heavy equipment companies in Key Largo and Islamorada. 5. So I said, yeah, I know Mikey. And he goes, is he selling shit? I said, well, how the fuck would I know? if he's selling shit. I don't stay with him. Oh no. Mikey Crack Ho. Mikey Crack Ho. That was his name. Krakow. Crackhoe. Mikey Krakow. And I said, well, how the hell would I know? He goes, well, you're an excavation contractor. I said, yeah, but I don't talk to that piece of shit. That guy got me more work than he did. He used to take a $3,000 or $4,000 deposit to dig out a septic tank, and he'd go up to Homestead and get a couple of prostitutes and smoke crack with them in the hotel for 4, 5, 6, 7 days and disappear. And the people, by this time, they realized he wasn't coming to do their job, and then they'd call me up, and I'd go to the job and say, what is it that you want to do? And they would tell me that I want to remove all of these trees, and I want to dig a septic tank or a drain field, or take the old drain field out, or whatever they wanted me to do. And I remember one specific job was $7,500. And the woman goes, $7,500? I already paid $2,500. I said, well, who'd you pay that to? So she said, Mikey, whatever his last name was. I said, well, that's why you called me here, right? She goes, yes. Yeah. So what do you want me to do? She goes, well, can't you reduce the price, being that I already paid $2,500? I said, no. And you're going to have to pay me up front, because I could see this is going to be problematic already. So she didn't, and I didn't demand it up front, but it was every day she paid me X amount of dollars. This way there was no, because she thought I should take Mikey Krackhoe's deposit off of my job. But Mikey got me a lot of work like that. So the guy asks me, I said to the DEA agent, I says, wait a second, you're a DEA agent in the Florida Keys, and you're asking me who's selling drugs? I don't know anything about that. I know he did crack, but I don't know that he sold it, so I would never say that. But I wouldn't say that anyway. I mean, everybody called him Mikey Krakow. I mean, it was no secret. That's what he did. He smoked crack. So he ended up in jail 18 months anyway for taking a deposit. Him and Mark Berta. Mark Berta, Berta. Look that name up. You want to see a fucking criminal record. He was also a heavy equipment operator. Mark went away for a couple of long years, 2 or 3 years. Mark Berta, Markberta. Mark Berta, he was a freaking trip. Mikey Krakow was a weaselly little man from the deep south with a southern accent, like a Louisiana or someplace like that. Mark Berta was a big, strong, handsome, strapping young man, but he liked to smoke the crack too and get the ladies in the hotel room. So he had, I think he had like 16, 17 people he took money from, and his family was related to the DA in Plantation Key, and he got away with that shit for years. Plus he had a wife, and he had 2 or 3 children, and one of the jobs I did for him was well over $10,000. He took a couple of thousand for. Mark would just take your money and just you leave. He wouldn't even come back with the equipment to do the work at all, ever. Mikey would come a week later sometimes and do some work or do the work, but Mark, no, nothing. He just took your money, and so people had paper all over the place for him. But anyway, I didn't tell on the guy. I didn't know what he was doing. I knew he smoked it, but that's all I knew. Mark Berta. Look him up, Mark Berta. He should be about, I guess he's in his 50s now. When he got out of jail, he never worked for me at all, ever. He was a good operator, too. When he got out of jail, he went to work for a freaking criminal. Oh God, this guy was a criminal, and he was a money lender. If you couldn't get a loan to buy your house, I don't want to say his name, but if you couldn't get a loan, he would give you a loan at 12%. If you went to him and told him, I can't get a loan, loans were at the time 7%, 8%. I can't get a loan to buy this. I need $300,000. He would see what you had in assets or no assets. And like I had heavy equipment and I wanted to buy my house. I had a Bobcat and a drill rig at the time, and I was working out of a yard, and he said to me, Mike, I'll how much do you need? So I needed like, I don't know, 50. I had $38,000, but to get under 10%, I needed like another $50,000. So I said to him, I need 50,000. He goes, I'll have that money. He knew I was a working man, and I had no criminal record. He goes, I'll have that money here for you in the morning. It's 12.5%. I said, whoa, that's a lot of juice on that money. Do you want the money or not? I said, nah, I'll pay the higher interest rate from the mortgage company, which I did. But this guy, if you wanted $1 million, he was Cuban, straight up and down Cuban, right out of Miami, and there was no limit to how much money you wanted or how many people wanted money. All the money you wanted, he would have the money for you the next day. As long as you signed over your assets to him, he had no problem. I mean, if you wanted $2 million, $2 million would be there. $3 million, $3 million would be there. $5 million, $5 million would be there. It didn't matter how much money you wanted. It was all drug money from Miami. Anyway, I'm going to check my glasses. And he was a trip, that guy. Mark went to work for that guy. For all I know, he worked for him for a long time. Oh, yeah. I could probably put another coat on this now. Do I have anybody watching me? Yeah, I do, huh? Why? A lot of people are not watching me because I'm not up on the roof and they're waiting for me to fall off the roof. Okay, I think I'm going to mix up another batch. This melted nice. It ain't pretty. It ain't pretty. So let me make sure nothing is blocking my visual. Can't even see. All that glue you see on the glasses, I see. No. I can see my nose. That's it. I can't see any of that glue. Even when I turn sideways, I could just see like a bar, but no glue. I can't. So that much glue around the rim of the glasses will not affect it. So I think I'm going to mix up another batch. Because I got nothing to do today and my leg is up. All I have to do in an hour is take my medicine. Half an hour. Take my 4 o'clock. Let me get that ready. Okay. This stuff, it took a lot of the infection off my leg. Now, I don't know, it's 10 days, today's day 11. I have enough for 14 days. I think I'm going to take it all. Even though she said 10 days, I'm going to take it all. Unless somebody knows that I shouldn't take it all. I'm going to take it all anyway. How you segue Still here. How I segue from one story to the next. I have a lot of stories. I was talking to Andrew yesterday. Was it yesterday? I have enough stories. I can't even tell the stories that I have. I mean, literally, because there's no statute of limitations. On most of the good stories that I have, there's no statute of limitations on the alleged crimes that were allegedly committed, even if the people are 80 or 90 years old. So we keep a lot of that shit to ourselves, because you could tell I'm shy. So I'm going to put some more glue on there. I want a 4. I want to look at a 4. What is this? That's a 5. That's a 4. Let's save myself a shitload of time and put the number 4 on the side here, so I don't have to do that. I'm going to tell a Filipino story now. This is a true story. It happened yesterday. So I called up a friend of mine, who's going to be the most likely guy that's going to be the contractor on this job when I hire a contractor. And then, because eventually I'm going to have to hire a few men to help me with the concrete work, I think. I'm not sure. I might do it myself. If my leg heals up, I'll just do the whole thing myself. But for some parts of it, another man would come in handy. So I said to I want to hire a couple of guys. I want you to interview a couple of guys, young men, 17, 18 years old, from the neighborhood here. I don't want any of the men from the neighborhood. These are boys that don't drink alcohol and don't get high. They're straight young men, 17, 18, 19 years old. So Mike told me what he needs from them. He needs them to be able to go to the NBI and get an NBI work clearance. And that's all he needs. So, and he needs them to want to work, though. I mean, they have to want to work. So I go outside to the beach yesterday, and there's probably 40 or 50 people down on the beach. They were collecting sea urchins and stuff. And I grabbed a couple of the young men to the side, and I said, do you guys, I know they don't have work because I see them every day. Well, do you guys have any work? No, Mike. You know, we're all friends. They know who I am. I said, do you want to work? And they said, yeah. I says, all right. Do you want to do construction work? No. Now, they're talking about 3 guys, 17, 18 years old. Young guys, you know, strong young men that could use a profession, could use a job for sure. They certainly could use money. However they get it. Oh, my leg. It's asleep. So, do you want to do construction? No. So I said, wait a second, this guy was the tallest. Do you want a job? Yeah. And do you want to do construction? No. I says, well, what do you want to do? And he goes like this, like I'm freaking. He goes, I was kidding. I said, what do you want? You want to play basketball? Because he's like 5'8". He's the tallest of the three men, but he's like 5'8". And he goes, yeah. I said, so you don't want to do construction, but you want to play basketball to make a living? Yeah. This is how messed up they are here, mentally. They're mentally deranged. You got a 17, 18-year-old boy with no job at all, nothing. They all know me. They all know I'm building shit. They all know that I'm going to hire people eventually. And the guy tells me he wants to be a basketball star. So I said to him, well, do you have identification? Because you got to have identification to get an NBA clearance. He tells me no. So here's an 18-year-old boy, 17, 18, who has no identification. Well, I asked him if he had an ID to get an NBI clearance, but he did not. So the other two guys, they weren't interested in working in construction at all. They wanted work, but they didn't want to do construction. And by the time they said no, they don't want to do construction, I was done talking to them. So I asked three young men, 17, 18 years old, if they wanted a job that they haven't worked ever since I know them, since they're 10 years old, never worked a day in their life, and they don't want to do construction to make a living. But they have no skills, no education, no skills. This world is falling apart. So I'm going to get another daub of glue. I'm going to find a nice spot on the back side here. I think I'll do that. I'm going to mix up the two parts of the glue. This was the blue. This is the blue, and this is the red. So the young men in the Philippines that don't have work, that could benefit greatly from having work, don't want to work. Go figure. Binky. All right, so Passport says, I was listening the other day to the Binky stories, and we would visit my relatives, I.B. Lindenwood. Poof, that's close. And Linden Plaza. And my aunt gave me and my cousins a beating for hanging around a field that's a no-go. A field where the black cowboys did their things. Lindenwood and Linden Plaza. I don't know. I know Lindenwood is from 78th Street back down to 71st Street, and from 156th to like 51st Avenue. Are you talking about in the hole? In the hole, where they call it the hole, where you go down? You're in Lindenwood, and in the back of Lindenwood, the road goes down like on a 35-degree angle, and you're in a hole, like what they call that. What was called the hole. Every illegal thing in America happened in that hole. People would bring. They would rent. They would rent a backhoe or a track hoe or a D8 bulldozer in New Jersey with a stolen credit card, and they would take the tractor trailer and the D8 machine down into the back of Lindenwood, down into the hole, and a couple of big garage doors would open up, and they'd put the D8, the trailer, and the truck in the garage, and they would take the machine off if they had to take the machine off or leave it on, whatever, and they would paint the machine blue. So the machines are yellow when they come from the factory. They would paint the machine blue and put a new name on the machine, because those machines didn't have titles or tags or VIN numbers. And they would just take it, paint it blue, and that machine became part of the inventory for the equipment company. Now, if the equipment company had a different color, they painted a different color, and they'd put that name on the company. That was the whole. And I had a big shop down there. It's where I used to keep my cranes, my land crane and the pile driving unit for the land crane, and my trucks. I had a big lot down there. The hole, the Heil. Yep, that's the hole. Yeah, that place. If you didn't belong down there, you would not be welcome down there. In fact, down there, they had guys. You could walk into a house or several houses down there and buy any type of weapon or artillery. And when I say artillery, I'm talking 50 caliber machine guns on turrets. There was a whole couple of buildings down in the hole, and the police knew it was there. And they called it a repair center, a gun repair. You could bring your gun there, and they'd repair it, or you could buy anything you wanted. Back in the 60s and the 70s, I remember my dad going down there, and we picked out shit to go hunting, and you could buy any weapon you wanted, anything. You could buy hand grenades, you could buy bazookas, anything you wanted was in the hole. And the guy whose house I rented, that was the guy I put the front door in for. I lived in his house for a year. But that was one strange place, man. If you didn't belong in the hole, don't go in the hole. You could drive through the hole from Linden Boulevard down, and then drive through the hole and then drive back up. But there was a whole bunch of streets that you didn't want to go down the side streets anywhere around there. You're welcome, Michael. Thank you for stopping by, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. Let me find my my big knife. Big knife. Wherefore art thou, big knife? Here it is. Okay, so I'm gonna show you how to mix up this glue here, this goop. I'm gonna find a spot where I can put a marker on here. Okay, that should give you a good view. Okay, so we're going to do blue first like we did last time. Just open up the can. Don't get any of part A. Do not get any of part A, and do not let it touch part B. So last time I used this side of the dauber. This time I'm going to use this side of the dauber, and I'm going to take a piece out about the size of a dime, and I'm going to put it on here, and I'm going to turn, I'm going to put it on there like that. Okay, that's okay. Now I'm going to put the dauber down. Never let one part touch the other, or you can throw out the whole can. Even the smallest piece will screw up the works. Put the top back on. Get part B. Now this stuff is gooey like soft ice cream almost. It even looks like vanilla ice cream. Okay, and we're gonna get the other daba, which is here. This stuff went right back into a flat state. So you know that Binky story, I'm surprised. You know, Passport, that when I was telling that story, 2 people from the old neighborhood friend requested me on Facebook that night. Of course, I accepted their friend requests. So somebody heard me talking about Binky. somebody, but those people have been my good friends, and I'm sure they know that I wouldn't say anything. Well, I mean, like I said, there's no statute of limitations on a lot of this shit, so I wouldn't say anything incriminating with an actual. Even the name that guy rattled off, it was the right name with the wrong spelling. But there's no proof of that. There never was. It's all theory. So this stuff you just wipe it off this side, wipe it off that side, then stir it up a little bit like that. You get this. Now this is going to go off in about 35 or 40 minutes. It's going to get too hard to use. So you want to scrape that all off of there, scrape it off of there, scrape it off of there. And then you got to scrape it the other way and then scrape it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And okay, let's put this piece down over here. And let's get a pair of glasses. Where did they go? I got one on. Okay, one on. Oh, here it is. Okay, so, nope, that's not it. Yeah, they're up here. Okay, forgot where I put the damn things. Okay, now I'm gonna install this stuff with a toothpick. So I'm going to put it on the opposite side of the glasses now. I put it on the outside of the glasses before. Now I'm going to the inside. No, the epoxy is bought here in the Philippines. These are 2 small cans that I keep for well, I mean, I do other jobs with this, but I always keep epoxy and crazy glue in case you have to do a quick repair on a tool. You drop a tool and crack the case. So this is this. Oh boy, that really, oh, that hurt me bad. Oh, that was. Oh boy, that was bad. That the wing, the arm of the glasses fell down like a hurricane. It fell down. Okay, so that won't happen. Whoop, did happen again. That can happen again. That's not allowed. Not allowed. Okay, so. So what I want to do now is get this out of here. Okay, so I'm just putting it on the wire, on the other side of the wire. So I'm locking this in like a U-clamp. And I already did the one side. You got to wait a few hours because this stuff is very soft and it settles. It remains pliable for up to an hour. It'll run like melted plastic. Let's put it like that. And I don't know what I paid for the epoxy. Let's see. Is it on this? I could look afterwards. Pretty expensive here, really. It's expensive considering how much money Filipinos make, I'll tell you that. Where's that bill? This is $360. Double, that's not it. Dinner, not it. I would like to know what it costs. Build-A-Wear, scaffolding clamps. All right, here's the bill for that. Wow, that shit's expensive. It's $12. For 1-pint cans, it was $12. $641 for 2 pints for 1 quart. $12 a quart. That's $50 a gallon. It's pretty expensive, actually, especially in Philippines money. Yeah, I'll be able to use the glasses for if I go back to New York for a sled, snow sled. Oh, I forgot to put glue on one part of this. I have to rebuild one of the frames by the arm. I'll do it before I forget. They might last an hour though, actually, Jim. Because I'm pretty hard on this shit. I could step on them, drop them, crush them with a piece of wood. I don't care because like I said, I'm here today doing this because the doctor said stay off my foot. Don't stand up in one place for a long period of time. So actually I'm going to raise my leg now. She goes, it's better if you just dress your wound in the morning and then stay off your leg for the rest of the day. Do your walking exercise, which I did, and then stay off your leg for the rest of the day. So I did that. You can't see what I'm doing. I got the glass. I got my hand in the way. All right. And I don't know if you were here before, but actually with all that glue on there, you can't see any of it from the perspective of looking through the glasses. It's almost invisible. Now this is the hard part. I got to put a light on over here. And I got to do a repair There's a broken frame right here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I mean, by itself, it's still working. But I just wanted to put an ever so small piece of glue right there. I'm actually locking a screw in place. I think I'll be okay with that. As long as I can model it out of there with a knife, a modeling knife, an X-Acto blade. But I think I'll be okay. As long as it's hinging, I think I'm going to be okay. So I'm going to put this over here. Nope. Can't do that. I'm going to put that here like this. I could do that. Okay? I could do that. And I could do that. And I could do that. Now I'll put these glasses on. And then I'll put the glue on the second set of glasses. The hinges on this one are good. Plus this is the easy one. See, the problem with these glasses is after you put them in your pocket several hundred times, Philippines glasses, several times you throw them away. But after you put these in your pocket several hundred times, the lenses work side to side, up and down, and they get loose. And they literally pop out of the frame. And you can pop them back in, but once they pop out the first time, most people would just throw the glasses out. Now I use Crazy Glue, but this time I decided that, and Crazy Glue, and then I went with Crazy Glue first, because it's more fitting my lifestyle. And then I went with Crazy Glue and then the wire, which worked really good for a long time. But then, when I bought the epoxy for, I guess I should talk about the hotel forms. That I'm getting ready to make the concrete forms. And the way I designed the forms, with the bolts that I showed you in one of my last live streams, is the bolts are going to go into the pan head bolts. They're pan head bolts. They're going to go into the holes in the forms. Now the short pan head bolts, the 2-inch bolts, they just remain. Let me put this over here. The short 2-inch pan head bolts, they remain. I could put epoxy on them, just a dab. Like the amount of epoxy I'm going to use to hold the bolts in place is probably the same amount that I'm putting on this wire. Just a dab, a very, very small amount. It's only going to lock in to holes that I'm going to pre-drill with a drill. And the amount of epoxy that's going to be needed, because the holes are going to be, they're 5/16 bolts, and I'm drilling a 5/16 hole. So I'm going to have to bang the bolts into the hole just to get them in the hole. So the epoxy is going to be a minimum amount of epoxy. But that's not the only place. I'm going to need epoxy in one other place besides the bolts. I'm going to need epoxy in, or the way I'm going to put the sheets together, I am not going to epoxy the sheets together. I am not. But at one spot in the middle, the concrete vertical columns are going to be, it calls for 16 inches, which is a minimum and only gives you 3/4 of an inch of concrete cover. When you're supposed to have a minimum of 3 bar thicknesses next to of concrete. So if I'm using 6 bar, which is 3/4 of an inch, you're supposed to have 2 1/4 inches of concrete around the bar. That's the law. That's the law in America. That's the law in the Philippines as well. But they will let you get away with putting 1 inch of concrete around the outside of the bar. Well, I would never do that. So the 16-inch diameter column, you could use, I could make the beams 16 inches, but I'm making them 19 inches. It's going to cost me a lot more money for plywood, because now 1 sheet of plywood only makes two forms, 2 8-foot forms. But the rest of it I'll scab out to footings and shit like that. But you'll see where I use the epoxy. I only need about a dab of epoxy about that big, and a 1/16 of an inch in 6 places on the 8-foot column. So, and that's to, and that's only so the concrete doesn't flex, the forms. It's only going to require the amount of epoxy that's in 2 of these cans should build me 16 feet of forms. So I have 2 more pints outside. So I should be able to build 4 columns from the epoxy that I have. And I'm only going to pump 4 columns. Or I'm going to build 4 columns and then fill them up. 4 footings, 4 columns. Now the cement mixer that I bought is not for the column work. When I do the columns, I'll bring in, if I build 4 columns, I'll bring in a pump truck. I think. I'll see. The cost of the concrete, the cost of the concrete here from the pump truck, I think it was $100 a cubic meter, 110 maybe. That was a couple of years ago. But to buy the concrete, it's $30 for the sand and gravel mix, and then you need 6-7 bags of concrete to a cubic meter to make a 5,000 pound concrete. So 7 bags times, I think concrete's $7 a bag, so that's $49. So 49 and 30 is $79. That's $80. But you also have to mix it, store it, mix it, load it into the cement mixer. But you can get a concrete truck to come here for $110 a cubic meter and no work at all. So you can pump 2 7-yard trucks into your columns in an hour and a half, or you could work for 4 or 5 days with 3 men and pay the differences in the labor. So it's cheaper to get the concrete truck. I only bought the cement mixer to do the small jobs, not the big jobs. The small jobs would be like to put the base of the footings down. I need a half a cubic yard at the base of each footing so that when I put the rebar in there, I can keep it off the dirt. The beam boxes, once I get the columns in and I want to do the beam boxes, that's another thing. I could bring the pump truck in for the beam boxes and the floor if I do it in one pour. But if I want to mix stucco, the cement mixers for the stucco. The cement mixer is for a pad to put the rebar bender on. If I want to put it on the ground, it needs a pad, stuff like that. So I don't really need the cement. I didn't buy the cement mixer to mix the columns, but I could mix the columns with the cement mixer. It depends on what I feel like doing. If I feel like getting exercise, then I'll mix the columns by hand. By myself, not men. You know, I don't plan on hiring a lot of help here. I just don't feel like dealing with people. They don't want to work anyway. They don't take instructions. They're not going to follow instructions. They come to work late. You can't get upset with the people here. You cannot, if a guy shows up an hour and a half late and you needed him at 8 o'clock and he shows up at 9 o'clock, you can't get upset with him. You got to go, hey, good morning, how you doing? No, I'm not that kind of guy. I'm just not that kind of guy. So, I don't plan on, I could give you story after story about what it's like living in a fishing village with zero of the 500 local men that live around here. That are more than 40 years old. 10 have an education. I don't know. 10 are businessmen that have not 10 are successful in business. A lot of people are successful in business when business was good, but maybe 10 have a good education. The rest, they're still living in the 17th century. And I'm not kidding you about that either. I'm telling you the truth. These people this is different living here. Okay, so let me get glue on this one. I got the glue. I might as well put the glue on there. Yep, I could do that. I got the glue made, right? Now, I don't have the holes in this one drilled, and I probably will never drill holes in this one, because this is a 5.5 lens, and I probably will never use these up on the roof. If my eyes go, they get a little worse every year. Last year 3.5s worked good. This year I need 4.0s. So next year I might need a 5. So it'll be 2 years before I need these to do work with. So I probably don't need to drill holes in them, because they won't ever be in a work environment. I don't think. But I would like to put the epoxy on them to lock up the glass on both sides. And then, if need be, I could always put the glue I could always drill holes in them at a later date. But like I said, these are probably never going to go out on a workstation. So anyway, so I have enough epoxy to build. Well, there's 100 5/16 bolts by 2¼ inches. Now there's 80 of those. And then there's 20 of the 4½ inch bolts, 5/16. And so 100 of them have to get about this much epoxy on them. Just about that much. Not much more than that, if that much at all. So those, the epoxy I have will do the forms. You'll see when I start building the forms. I've looked online, more places than you want to think about, for how to build concrete forms. And with the materials I have access to here in the Philippines, the way they build the forms here, so much wasted time and material and energy to put the forms up and take them down. I'm going to build them like kind of like an erector set. I've seen people put forms together. Oh God, you'll see. They need more tools. And if the bar clamps I want to buy would eliminate this, but I could, if I ever do get those bar clamps from the Chinese contractor, that would still work with the way I build these forms. So one would work in conjunction with the other, no problem. But I don't think the Chinese guy's ever going to lend me his forms. Even though he owes me a favor, they don't care. When you're done with the Chinese, that guy, when the favor ended, when I didn't get it the day I left that I did him the favor, I'm never going to get it. In fact, he because we became friends, he wanted to help me out. What a nice guy he was. He said to me, I'll take your property and put a compressor, a tank refilling station on your property, and I'll build you a house. I'll build you a building. Basically, he said, I'll build you a building for you, and I'll put my compressors, we're talking huge compressor, like, 6 feet long, 4 feet wide, a big one, because he has to fill up 1,000 tanks a day. So there'd be 2 compressors, and it would be the whole bottom of the hotel. That's how big it would be. I'll build your hotel for you, your house, he called it a house, and you'll give me the rights to put the compressors, to fill up tanks on the ground floor, and at night I can park my trucks there. So it was a shit deal for me, that's for sure. But I knew it was a shit deal for me, but not because of why I knew it was a shit deal for me. I knew it was a shit deal for me because he would have to fill up 1,000 tanks a day. And he had, 6 or 8 trucks. So for 24 hours a day, the compressors would be running and making a lot of noise. Those big compressors make a lot of noise. That would not be the problem. The problem would be 1,000 tanks going clang, clang, clang like bells, day and night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I still was almost good to go with that shit deal from my end. I was almost good to go. So he said to me, I said, when do you want to do this? He goes, we'll do it right away. Because this was like when building in the construction industry here was really booming here. And he built 3 hotels. Even with his 3 hotels, he still wanted this property because he has 9 dive boats on the beach. So I said to him, well, if you want to build my hotel for me, I'm going to live on the 3rd floor. Those tanks clanging, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to hear it from the 3rd floor. And he can put divers. I'll just rent out to divers, which at the end of the day, if you're diving all day and you can't go to sleep, well, you wasn't diving properly, because you should be able to go right to sleep after diving all day. So he tells me to bring him the plans. So I did. So he goes, we'll have breakfast. I said, no, I don't want to have breakfast with you. I don't want this guy trying to schmooze me into a deal that I don't want. I don't want your breakfast. I don't want your drinks. I don't want to go out to lunch with you. I want to talk to you about building my building for me. So we sit down and I unfurl the plans, and he goes, what's this? I said, well, that's the hotel. It's 4 stories. Oh, no, he tells me. Not in English. He didn't speak English. The interpreter. The interpreter says, oh, no, this is not what he wants, Mr. Fazio. All of a sudden, I went from Michael to Mr. Fazio. No, Mr. Fazio, you mistake my boss. My boss, he wants to build you a wooden, bamboo, thatched roof house, like 16 by 16. And then he wants with a wooden floor, with no windows and no curtains. And then put the compressors underneath there and have the trucks take up all the parking spot. Because this is zoned, what we call in America, for commercial. I said, like the house next door that he built for his men? Yes, exactly like that. I said, tell the boss. Now, I know this guy for years at the time. I tell your boss, I said, thank you very much. Tell him I said, have a nice day. And tell him I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. And I left. Yeah. So, I just left. There wasn't anything else to talk about. Not with that guy. No, another pair of 4s. Okay. These could be my dinner glasses. Another pair of 4s. I could use these for dinner. Brand new. No, but I gotta get a little orange something on there somewhere, somehow. Yeah. So he was going to take over the property. I even with 2 huge compressors going day and night and 1,000 tanks clanging back and forth, that's too much noise pollution for me to even be on the property. I wouldn't want to live like that for any length of time. And there'd be nowhere to go. You know, I mean, if you signed a contract with the guy, he would have the rights for the rest of the duration of my... And I talked it over with my landlord. She had no problem with that because she was going to get the building built. But when I wanted him to build me... I said, you'll build the hotel and then you could have the first floor in the parking lot. He goes, yeah. Well, but I don't know what he understood. He didn't hotel, 4 stories. Yeah, bring the plans. And when he saw the plans, he if you don't want to do that, then we're done. We're done. I mean, I'm from New York. I'm not. I'm pretty business savvy. He was looking to get the best deal possible. And this guy, if I tell you, he built a hotel up the block, 134 rooms, high tech, stainless steel doors, glass railings, commercial dive pool, a commercial grade. Like almost a commercial dive instruction pool. I don't know how big it is. I guess it's 45 feet long and 34 feet wide and 16 feet deep. Beautiful, beautiful place. And he opened that up in December of 2019, and they shut it down on March of 2023. It was open for 3 months and it was closed. The pool is empty. Nobody's in any of the rooms. It's closed. All right, so I won't be doing any more glue work today. I didn't have lunch. Did I have breakfast? Yeah, I had breakfast at 5:30. No, 6 o'clock I had breakfast. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, stand up, and I'm going to go get some pineapple chunks. I'll be glad when I don't have to take any more medicine or pain. I've been taking 6, sometimes 8, 400 milligram ibuprofens a day for the pain. Now, yesterday I took 2. The pain is subsiding. But those pills, I was down to like 220 pounds when I started, when the infection got really bad. And apparently, ibuprofen, it makes you tired, number one. It makes you lethargic, like you had a few drinks, if you take 800 milligrams. And then, in addition to that, it makes you gain weight, which I didn't know, but I read it yesterday online. It's a possible side effect. Well, possibly I went from 220 to 250. That's possible. That's highly probable. That's a fact. So I gained 30 pounds since the infection got really bad for 3 reasons. One, I can't walk. I couldn't do my normal 2, 3, 4 miles a day on the bicycle or walking 2 miles a day. And 2, the ibuprofen, it's not a steroidal thing, but it makes you gain weight. These things, yeah. I think it's from that. I don't eat much more than I was eating. They're 400 milligrams. So one of the possible side effects is drowsiness, and the other possible side effect is weight gain. Well, that's fucking fact, Jack. How it is. Okay, so today, that's day 9, day 10. I took nothing. And then this one, day 11. It took. I can't remember. Who can remember when they take pills? So I'm on day 11. I'm taking 3 pills a day. Now, a 150-pound person would be 2 pills a day, but the doctor upgraded it because of my weight. So I gained 30 pounds since this last bout of infection. And I know I gained that much because my regular, well, I could tell by my belt, but my pants that I have on now, my black shorts, they're tight. To tie up the button now, you have to pull them together. I had lost so much weight that without putting a safety pin in the shorts, they would fall down. So now there's no worry about them falling down now. They're on there pretty good. Yeah. They're on there pretty fucking good. So I lost 35, 40 pounds, and then I gained it all back from December when the infection got really bad. I could barely walk. If I showed you even a picture of what my foot looked like in December, they would just, well, they wouldn't take this video down, but they would age restrict it. So I won't show you a picture. Maybe one day. Coco. 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 That's it. He won't do it again. Coco. That's it. 7 times. I got a gecko, what they call a demon lizard. The one that bit my thumb last year. Remember the one that bit my thumb and took a chunk off the tip of my finger? They had babies. I don't know where the mother and father went. There were 2 of them they were in the glue trap. And when I released them underneath the bed, because that's where they lived, under the bed or in the ceiling, I never saw them again. But one day I was cleaning. I pulled the refrigerator to take the dust off the back of the refrigerator, and I found 4 eggs. And they were I didn't know if they were gecko eggs or demon lizard eggs. So I left them there. And then a few days later, I saw a demon lizard about this big. They're different than the geckos are like a brownish beige, and the demon lizards are green. And it was about that big. And I put my hand out, and he went on my hand, and it was a demon lizard. It was not a gecko. So I put him in a 1-gallon jar. And then I got another one, and I put them both in 2 1-gallon jars with a little food until they got bigger, because other stuff eats them. You know, a gecko could eat them. Geckos eat anything. These are. This is the jungle. This is the jungle here. Could have. There was a snake that was living under the refrigerator for a couple of years. I liked him there because he would take care of the mice. The demon lizards take care of the cockroaches. I live in a jungle. Anyway, when they got big, I let them out. After like 2 weeks, they got about that big. I let them out, and they stayed here. So now they're only one's about that big, and one's about that big. They're not fully grown yet, but don't see any more cockroaches. I leave the light on for them at night, and they hunt all night. They're nocturnal, but that's when you see them walking around on the ceiling. At night, you'll see the upside down, like in a movie. All right, so I took my penicillin. I got to stop putting these tools away. I took the penicillin. I'm going to put everything back. This should be garbage now, yeah? No, not really. There was a... You know what I could do with this? There was somehow... I did not do it. My old landlord, he had a boat. And he mixed too much part A to part B. He didn't care. So there's like an inch of part B left in this container. Now I could still probably use part A from my other stuff, and then it would just take a longer time to set up, but I'll just save the can for something else. I have another use for that can. When I start doing the forms, I have a use for that. So I'm going to put, I don't need this, I don't need this. These are from my hydraulic filters. I don't need these really. This is garbage. Never going to use them, and I got 4 more in the shop. This is from my rowing machine. This is a rag, that's garbage. This is garbage. This is mesh, in case you have to use mesh for to build a bridge on something with the epoxy. This is from my rowing machine. This is garbage. These are patches for a waterbed from 1980. Probably won't be using those. This is to make new paddles out of. And here, I could throw those other ones out now. Okay, I got new paddles on the bottom there. All right, I could throw these out. Got my use out of that one, yeah? Do I have long ones? Doesn't matter, I could make a long one. Okay, that's garbage, that's garbage, that's garbage. Okay, that's garbage. Okay, so I'll just put the, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to throw that other epoxy out. That's garbage. That's all garbage. This here and this here, garbage. No, this one, these are mixing paddles for a big amount. These toothpicks, I'll just stick these upside down on the bottom of the container, like that. And that's going to be garbage. I mean, that's going to go back on there. Okay, so this epoxy is away. My medicine is away for now. I need the medicine over there. This is garbage. I don't see a use for this. I have more of these inside. I don't see a use for that. That's garbage. Now, this is my shoe glue. That's garbage. Okay, my dikes. Okay, the dikes. I'm gonna throw this out. I don't need this shit. And then the Oppo phone. With the C. What is this? That's the C charging unit for my GoPro. I could use that for. Okay. And also for the camera. You'd be surprised how much stuff you need to do a little thing. Now, I could have did this in my shop in about half the time, but I'm not supposed to be standing on my foot till it heals up, so the doctor said. I don't normally listen to a doctor, but I sure do want this infection to go away. All right, that's good there. I know what I could do now. I can't see that. Hold on a second. I know what I could do now. That goes there. This goes where? This goes over there. These are my bills for the month. This is $2,000 in bills for this month. This has nothing to do with my rent, but it does include food, medicine, snacks for the hospital, which is not much, plywood, and the computer. And besides the computer, I had to buy an external drive case. The case is this is the case. They took the drive out of the old computer, and it was just like a motherboard, a circuit board, and they put it in this metal case. This cost 485 pesos for this, and 200 for the labor, but I also had to buy an HDMI cord for the computer. It didn't come with an HDMI cord, so it was 31,000 for the computer, 500 pesos for the cord, 500 for the case. That's 32,000 pesos. I spent 9,000 at Build-A-Wear. That's 41,000 pesos. 4,800 on foods, but it was a big order that I made, that I bought foods for. So that's 53,000 pesos. 2 tarpaulins at 1,500 pesos each. That's 53, and 6, 59,000 pesos. 1,000 pesos for the bolts, 60,000 pesos. I bought what else did I buy for 60,000 pesos? I have to buy a roll of foam and then 5 more sheets of plywood to do the top of the roof. That would be 65,000, and then a roll of foam 69,000, and then I know what I bought. I bought a can of elastic paint for 3,000, So that's 72,000 pesos for that. I bought the case for the computer, to, like a carrying case. So it was 80,000 pesos, 80,000 pesos. $80,000 pesos. I bought another tarpaulin for the cement mixer. That was 1,500 pesos. That's 81,000 pesos. 3 trips back and forth from the city with the tricycle. So that's 83,000 pesos with the trips with the tricycle. I know what I was thinking. I bought those. I bought the gun. I'll show you the gun that I bought. I'll show you the order if I can. It's on Yahoo. The wire feed, the automatic wire gun. Can't get this gun. No matter where I order it from, you can't get it. It just won't get delivered. Every time I order it, there's a different problem to get the gun. It's like I've ordered it. I tell people I've ordered it 20 times. You could believe it, not believe it. Who gives a shit what you believe? But I ordered it 20 plus times. Oh, in the last 6 months, I've ordered it more than 20 times. Well, I sure don't want to make Microsoft Edge my browsing. Every time I turn this damn computer on, it's asking me to do something different. Okay? I can't read it with this. What size are these? These are the 5s. I need the 4s. Where are the 4s? That's 1 4 that I can't wear. See if I can wear it for a minute. Okay, YouTube, Facebook, Office, Shopee, Booking, Agoda. Oh, you bastard. It won't let me, Microsoft Office, what shit that is. Okay, let's see if we can get it open in Google Chrome. It wouldn't. Okay, I just put a tab on the bottom for Google Chrome. No. Okay, so then we got to go here and sign into yahoo.com. Why? Boy, I hate this setting up a new computer. I hate it. No. That's not going to happen. I have so freaking had it with this computer bullshit. Just this morning, I clicked the button, stay signed in. And now it wants me to fill out the password and everything. Anyway, I ordered the gun twice last week. One gun I ordered was for 8 to 34 millimeter, which I need. And that would have been from 83,000. That gun was 10,000 with the delivery from America. So that's 93,000. And then there was another gun I ordered for 9,000. Where the hell was that one from? I have no idea. Oh, it was through something called Ali, A-L-I, Ali. That was 9,000. So that would have been 102,000 pesos, or about $2,000 $400 this week for stuff for the hotel. But the guns, no matter where I order that gun from, it won't come. I ordered it from Alibaba, Lazada, no, Shopee. Put it on the thing, put it in the cart, add, and on top of the cost of the gun, I was going to buy 24 pack of wire wheels, which was another 10,000 pesos, I think it was 24, 500. Yeah, it would have been about 113,000 pesos. I forgot how much the 24 pack was, but it was at least another $200. And put it in Lazada, the shopping cart, with my order from Nike shorts and my Merrell sneakers. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Another pair of Merrell sneakers. That was 7,000. So that would be 120,000 pesos. And put it in the shopping cart with the electrical gun, the electrical testing, which was for 3,000, so that's 123,000. I guess 2,000 was a low bid for this week. But anyway, I put 9 items in the Shopee shopping cart and pressed check out, and only the electrical tester showed up. So I said, well, I'll make the order from Lazada. So I put the same order in from Lazada, and oh no, they turned off my card. I don't know why. But the order went through, but when it said that your card has been rejected. No problem with my card. The problem is with the system. So then I put the order in for Ali, A-L-I, for the gun, for one gun. And it said, as I had called up my bank, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. They turned it on. They said, wait 15 minutes. So I waited. And that company shut my credit card off. Then I made that order from another company. About an hour and a half later, the bank said it went off. It went on. We turned it on. Then it went off again, and we turned it back on, and we left a note there. Don't turn off your credit card. And then it turned off again. 22 times, 20 times, 21 times, I ordered the rebar wire tying tool. I mean, come on, man. At some point, you got to realize that the system that they have here sucks. Okay? And now it keeps it signed me out of Skype. Yesterday, I had to go through the whole thing to sign back into Skype. And now, it looks like it signed me out of, and it did. It signed me out of YouTube. No. That's coming back. Okay, it's coming back. I don't know if I'll be able to switch the account. No, sign me out of my account. I'm not doing it again. Every time you wait like a few hours, it's on Bing, B-I-N-G. Bing sucks. Bing this, Bing that, Bing sucks. It has signed me out of Skype after a few hours without asking me. It has signed me out of YouTube after a few hours. Now it's signed me out of Yahoo. Now Google Chrome wants me to put my code passwords back in. It sucks. It sucks. I'm not going to do it. I've had it with putting passwords in today. I'm going to try one more thing. Now, no. I pushed a different kind of YouTube button. Okay, it got back in. So one YouTube button it signed me out of, and one YouTube button it let me go on. Okay, so I read the comments. I apparently you people forget what the rules are. Occasionally I'll answer a comment, but if you're not an active donator to my, listen, dude, you know, Michael, I try to be nice to you. I've tried to say it to you nicely. Unless you're an active member of my Patreon account, which you're not, or an active member of my PayPal, I just spent, I just went over $2,500 in bills, but I did spend 50,000 on computers. Oh yeah, 75,000 on the phone. And you guys want me to sit here and answer all your questions and talk to you. Did you go to work, Michael? Did you go to work and tell your boss, don't worry about it, I won't charge you money for my time or for your time? I've asked you nicely not to leave comments on my channel. I've said please. I've told you to get off my channel, all of you people. And you still talking to me like I'm your buddy. You're not my buddy. You don't want to watch my videos, my entertainment? Just sit back and watch the show. But you want me to take my valuable time to answer your worthless question. How many cockroaches are there in the Philippines? Do you not have anything else to do? Did you go to work for your company and not charge them money for your work, for your effort? You haven't donated jack to my channel. And yet I've given you 2 or 3 hours of my time in conversation. My time is worth nothing to you. You are persona non grata, okay? And most of the other people too. You just don't, doesn't it click in your head that you pay for the internet, you pay for football program, you pay for your basketball channel, you pay for your music channel, you pay for your shoes, you pay for your news, but for me it's nothing for me, right? And yet you want me to spend hours communicating with you people. If you think I'm being an asshole, go over to the Fat Slob's channel and watch him give money to prostitutes, or give your money to him so he could give it to prostitutes. I don't know why you can't remember to stop talking to me. You do nothing for me financially. All you're doing is taking up my time. You're not my friend. You're not a donator. You're not a Patreon member. You're not a long-term friend of mine. And yet, how many cockroaches are in Bohol? I don't know. 85 fucking million cockroaches. Do you have nothing else to do? And again, did you perform a function in life where you gave your time away to people? I don't care if I ever see you on my channel again. I explain to you people, you're welcome to talk to each other. If I find a comment that I find interesting, I may answer it. But you have still, to this day, given nothing to my cost of living in the Philippines. Nothing at all. What's wrong with you, dude? Do you not understand go away? Do you not understand stop talking to me? Do you not understand if you're not contributing to me somehow to help me financially? What about my GoPro cameras? What about all these cords that you see behind me? 100,000 pesos in cords and cameras. None of it's worth any. Just your fucking entertainment and your worthless questions of how many cockroaches are in the Philippines. Now, did I berate you a little bit? Yes, I may have, maybe. Unless you're stone stupid, I would take it as a little bit of an insult. But I've asked you many times, if you're not going to contribute to my channel financially, don't waste my time asking questions. I think that's fucking reasonable. I entertain you, or you're entertained by me, and yet I have no value to you financially. And yet you still persist on wasting my time. Go fucking figure. You talk to a fucking lawyer for 15 fucking seconds and he charges you $20 or $30 or $50 fucking dollars. You ask your lawyer for a telephone number, he charges you $75. But me, I have no value to you. So go away. Go away. You go to a doctor and he tells you he doesn't know what's wrong with you. He charges you $250 for the initial visit. And then he sends you to a specialist. He may or may not know what's wrong with you. But me, I entertain you for hours on end. You said how entertaining you are. I love your videos, but when it comes to sending me a couple of rubles, some scratch. I'm worth nothing to you. Go away. Go away. All of you, go away. I don't give a shit if I post these videos and just 3 of my friends show up. But you have no value to me, Michael. None at all. Apparently, I have no value to you. You have no value to me. So from now on, I'm thinking I'm going to just block you. Okay. All right. There you go. You're that far away, and you're still commenting. You don't listen. See, this is the problem with people. They don't listen. You know, what I did for a living, I operated a crane over people's heads. I had 3 tons, 4 tons, 500 pounds, a headache ball that weighed 200 pounds. I would tell a man to do something. And if he didn't do it, I tell him, go get another job. Not this time, next time, one more chance. Just don't do that again. And the next time he did it, I'd tell him to go get another job. And then you have this bullshit excuse. Unfortunately, my ex-wife and lawyer take most of it. Who gives a fuck about your wife and your lawyer? Who gives a fuck? You come here and you're taking up my time. I'm making a point here, and you're not listening. So like I said, when you were on my barge and you were working for me, if I had to tell you twice you needed a new job, you might get through the rest of the day, or I might put you on the corner of the barge and your time would be paid till you got off the barge. But you wouldn't be working for me. If I got to sit here and explain everything to people too. How many fucking cockroaches are there in the Philippines? Really, dude? Do you think that's a question worth answering? I don't. Hey, Spanky. Thanks for stopping by. I got my computer back up and running, and I tried to sign into Facebook. And this morning at 5:30 in the morning, I got on Facebook. But it wouldn't let me on yesterday. I don't know why. I put the right code in and everything, but it said there's a problem. So I'm going to... I saw you posted... the mail said you posted a couple of pictures, Spanky. I'll get with you and say hello over there one day. Thank you for stopping by. All righty. All right, that's it. I don't know what you people don't understand. I really don't know what you don't understand. If I invested $34,000 in the computer and $75,000 for the phone, that comes out to 30 and 70 is 105 and 125,000 pesos in computers and cell phones and wires, and it has no value to you, then just shut the hell up and just watch the show. If it has no value, stop trying to usurp my time and energy. Stop it. And I really mean it. One more comment from you. And fuck this one more comment. I'm never going to see another comment from you. I'm going to shit can you right now. My lawyer and my wife, get the hell out of here. Hide user on this channel. You don't, listen, now you get to watch the videos and I don't have to look at your worthless comments. I just saved myself, what did that take? 10 minutes to explain it to you again for the 3rd or 4th time? Something is wrong with you. There might be something wrong with me and my attitude, where I go out and spend hundreds of thousands of pesos on tools and equipment and give you entertainment all day for 5 or 6 hours a day, but my time is worth nothing to you. Go away. You're blocked now anyway. You don't have a choice. I've asked you nice. I've made it clear. You give me this bullshit excuse that your ex-wife, I don't know if that's true or not, because you're too stupid to listen to me telling you to stop making comments. So I don't know what's true and what's not true. I don't know if you're drunk. I don't know if you're on crystal meth. I don't know if you're on Quaaludes. I don't know if you're smoking pot all day. All I know is that you don't follow instructions. I don't need you on my channel. And you certainly don't contribute anything financially to me. Now, you people could go put this shit all over the internet. Fazio's demanding money. I'm not demanding anything. If you want to talk to me and have a conversation, for all the money I spend on tools and equipment and cameras and supplies and wires, I think my time has value. Go away, watch the show, have some popcorn, get a nice glass of cold water, soda, have a beer, but don't bother me with your worthless comments. How many fucking cockroaches are there in the Philippines? Are you serious? How many times I've said I live in a jungle? What do you think grows in a jungle? Cockroaches, snakes, ants. And you want me to tell you how many cockroaches there are where I live? Is that really a valid question? Is there something wrong? Of course there's something wrong with you. Because I told you, stop asking me stupid questions. Stop wasting my time. You don't get it. Now copy this, send it out to everybody. Tell her Fazio's losing. I'm not losing my mind. I spend hundreds of thousands of pesos on computer equipment and supplies, and I have GoPro cameras, 2 of them, an i5, a 7 and a 5, all the cords, 4 batteries for each, camera cases, tripods, external power packs, underwater cases, and you that's not worth anything to you. Then go away. Go away. Don't ask me questions. Don't waste my time. I'm not mad. I'm mad because you people have an IQ that goes lower than you should be able to record. If someone tells you to stop doing something, it's annoying, it's bothering, it's hindering the conversation. Stop. What's so hard about that? I told a guy a month ago that because he went on Fat Slob's channel, don't talk to me anymore. And he was a good friend. And he hasn't talked to me once since. And I like it like that. Because I think, no, not that he went on Fat Slob's channel, but he goes there and says, you have great content, you're the man, 4 thumbs up, 3 thumbs up, you have the best content on YouTube. Well, just don't come back to my channel anymore. And he's been my friend for years. I asked him not to come back. And being that he was my friend and he knew how I was, he accrued enough knowledge about me to know I was serious. And he hasn't come back in 5 or 6 weeks. And I like it like that. So I don't care about you. I never cared about you, and I'm never going to care about you. I explained to you, if you're not contributing financially to my investments of cameras and cords and power packs and this kind of shit here, this kind of stuff here, this is a 2 terabyte drive. This is a 4 terabyte drive. This is a 1 terabyte drive. The cables for the computer to the screen here. The cable to get the computer to the screen right there. The cable to get from this computer here to that was 500 pesos. Okay? But none of it has any value to you. So stop wasting my time. This goes to everybody. I don't give a shit if every blogger in the Philippines and Thailand and anywhere else in the world, in America, says, well, he got really upset about that guy. Ask him. I got upset because you people don't listen. You don't follow instructions. I'm not like you. I was never like you. because I have long hair and I wear a bandana doesn't put me on the same level of intelligence or capacity that you have, whatever it is. When somebody tells me don't do something, and they are the person in charge of whatever it is that I'm participating in, there are two choices I have. Don't do it or walk away. But you don't listen. I've asked you a half a dozen times. And one way, a lot more disrespectful than I was today. Now I blocked you. Now you'll have to make a new thing. And you know what? I often say I'm not talking to anybody that's not a member of my Patreon community. I'm not kidding about that. If I see a really good comment, I'll answer it. But how many cockroaches are there in Bohol, you worthless? Are you stupid? I don't know how many cockroaches there are in Bohol. Why am I talking about how many cockroaches? Are there a lot of cockroaches in the Philippines? It's a jungle. It's a jungle. It's a jungle. What an amazing display of low IQ. Or just total disregard. I like your videos. I really respect what you do. And yet I ask you to stop commenting and you don't do it. You don't give a shit about me. Okay, so that's it. I don't know if there's anything else that I want to do today here. I guess I'll put the rest of these glasses back in the box. Okay, this one here, the glue is dry, and here the glue is okay. Okay, put that back on there. I don't know what's so hard about you people not listening to instructions. I don't know how you got through life. I'm a jet mechanic. I'm a private pilot. When you're flying an airplane, when you were taking the initial instructions from the pilot, and he goes hard left, hard to port, lose altitude. You didn't say to him, why? You just went hard, full on, whatever the plane could take, 2 Gs, 2.5 Gs, and dropped altitude, dropped down 1,000 feet. He might say, hard to port, drop down 1,000 feet. He didn't want you to swing a little bit over to the left. He wanted a hard to port turn. He wanted to stress out the aircraft and to test your ability to focus and listen to instructions. But you can't even listen to instructions. Don't ask me stupid questions. He didn't tell you that he was going to shut the engines off. The engine, single engine. He didn't tell you he was going to shut the engine off. He just shut the engine off. And he'd say, initiate a restart. You don't have time to ask him a question. Why'd you do that? You have to start focusing right away. But you people can't focus on the simplest bullshit. When I was operating a crane, 38 years, I operated heavy equipment. One job, the last job I ever did with a crane, the guy who thought he was going to be, he was the boss. It was his job, his license, his insurance, his architect, his plans, and his house. He didn't follow my instructions. Don't put your hands there. And a piece of wood splintered off a 45-foot long piling. When I say a splinter, it was 8 feet long, 4 inches wide at the top, and it came to a pinpoint on the bottom, and it hit his left thumbnail right here. It just peeled his thumbnail off his hand, and his finger went like this. And I shut the machine off. I said, Frank, are you okay? And he goes, yeah, what's the problem? And blood went all over the place, because it took a few seconds for the blood to come out of his hand. And he had a white shirt and went like this, and his whole shirt was full of blood. That was the only accident I ever had operating heavy equipment. And it wasn't my fault, because I told him to step back from the drop hammer and put a pair of gloves on. And he said, this is my effing job. You do it the way I want. I said to him, these pilings split And when a splinter comes off a piling, it could be 8 inches and weigh 10 ounces, or it could be 8 feet and weigh 20 pounds. And he wouldn't listen. That was the only accident I ever had. And after that, whenever I told somebody to do something and they didn't do it, anywhere, go get another job. Because the first guy that told me he wasn't going to do it my way got hurt. And he was the last guy. I've never heard another guy in any heavy equipment, never damaged a house or a car or a tree or anything, ever, again after that. Because I don't listen to when they want something and it's not what I want, go find another job. You people think I'm like you. I'm not like you. When I tell somebody to do something, they have to do it, or we have to go our separate ways. The guy who I was friends with for years, I told him, if you're going to go on Fat Slob's channel, don't come back on my channel. And he hasn't. And I like it like that. He's probably listening now. He has some serious issues to believe that Fat Slob has great content. To give Fat Slob 3 thumbs up, 4 thumbs up. Wow, you're the man. You be the man. You let Fat Slob be the man, and you stay away from me. Because inside your head, there's something wrong in your head. To believe that Fat Slob is somehow even quasi-human. He, in my opinion, he's a perverse, borderline pedophile, degenerate, alcoholic, drug addicted, even though it's Viagra, with no moral turpitude, no moral compass at all. And he's making a fool out of all of you assholes that give him money so he could pay for a prostitute and take her out to dinner. If you want to do that, your prerogative. But that guy gets money, and this guy comes to my show and asks me 75 questions in the last month, or comments, and I get nothing from all of you people. You don't participate financially, just watch the show and get on with your little lives wherever you are, holed up in an apartment, or sitting in your basement, or maybe you're out in the backyard under a tree enjoying the view of a pool or something like that. Just watch the show. Stop wasting my time. Okay, it's Trippy needs to be removed. That's probably his fake account. See, that took up 20 seconds of my life energy. So you can, if you have 100 accounts, I'll just block them all. And if you think that's funny, that Trippy said how many cockroaches are in the jungle, so that he could be obnoxious or belligerent towards my mindset, And you people are amazing. You people are really amazing. Amazingly stupid, amazingly ignorant, amazingly childish, amazingly in so many ways. How did you get through life? How did you get through life not following instructions? Do you have any idea? Do you realize that when I was operating heavy equipment, big equipment, we're talking anywhere from 30-ton cranes to 100-ton cranes, that when I told somebody to do something, if they didn't do it, I would just tell them to go home. You're gone. I'm not going to have an accident and send you home in a box because you don't listen. I expect you to listen. Now, I expect you to listen to me. Don't ask me stupid questions. I don't understand what you don't understand. I'm not like you. I was never a worker bee or a worker drone bee or a worker. I was never just a worker or a laborer. I was always the foreman, always owned my own business, since I was 28, I owned my own heavy equipment company forever since I was 28. So what is that, 37 years? 37 years I own my own heavy equipment company, and I got to listen to some piece of garbage named Trippy ask me. He thinks he's gonna. He thinks he's gonna. He thinks he's funny. If you were working, see, you want to know one of the reasons why people listened to me when I was operating heavy equipment? Because you could have an accident. And the accident could be your fault that you had the accident. I tell you, don't go on there or over there. Do not go over there. Because maybe I'm doing something that could knock a branch off a tree 60 feet up. Do not stand there. Don't stand there. And now I told them don't stand there, right? And yet, then I swing the crane around and I'm operating the crane over there. And when I swing back, maybe the boom is boomed up or boomed down a little bit. And maybe I'm going to grab a little piece of the tree. Not a lot. And maybe it's going to drop a 5 or 6 pound piece of branch, or maybe it'll snap off and be a 40-pound branch and land on you and kill you. And why did it kill you? Because you didn't listen. So I don't put up with that crap. You need to understand I am not like you people. Now, if there's an authoritative figure that I have to work for, and he tells me something I don't like to do, I just tell him, look, I'm going to go get another job. You have a nice day. You keep the fucking money that I made today. I don't give a shit about your money. If I ever had to work for somebody and I don't like who I'm working for, I just walk off the job. Keep the money. Don't worry about it. I don't care. But you people can't even get it through your fucking head. Don't ask me stupid questions. Spanky. Oh, no. Yeah, that's why the name of the channel is the Alpha Male Construction Videos channel. I didn't put down beta male simp. I didn't put down drug addict, borderline alcoholic, drug addict, prostitute, hiring prostitute. And the people, the guy that you're giving money to and thumbs up, he's telling you these are bar girls. Everybody on the channel are talking that they're bar fine girls, and not even expensive bar fine girls. Couple hundred baht, somebody said. I don't believe it's 1,000 baht is $30, whatever it is. So you're giving money to a guy to bring prostitutes back to his hotel room and his pool, and then you're giving money to him to feed those prostitutes, and then during the course of his show, he tells you how good they taste. Did you hear what I just said? And you think that's entertainment. Go over to his channel and don't come back to my channel. I watch his show occasionally. Yesterday I watched it. I saw somebody there that was a friend of mine. I don't care if he ever comes back to my channel again. Tree branch just fell on the roof. Talking about tree branches falling. I don't care if he ever comes back to my channel. I don't care if I ever talk to him again for the rest of my life. Even though we were... If you think that Fat Slob is entertainment, you have no moral compass. I don't want you in my life in any way, shape, or form. And I've told that to about 24 people, and all of those people respected my wishes. Now, am I going to air out my dirty laundry and name names? No. They know who they are. But I don't ever want to see you on my channel again. If you haven't noticed, I haven't called or left messages anywhere on the internet for you or anything that you may post. I don't give a shit about you people anymore. You think that Fat Slob is entertainment? I think you're mentally handicapped, deranged, psychotic, psychopathic. Something's wrong with you. Something is wrong with you where you find entertainment, where a guy hires women for $25 or $30 a day that have been with 10 or 12 men this week, and you're paying for their meals, and you're paying for him to buy them alcohol and food, and then I gotta listen to one of the most disgusting thing I've heard in a long time. Wow, you I wish I could tell you what she tastes like. Some obese woman that weighs upwards of 250 on the north side of 250. And he wants to try to explain what she tastes like. Really? And you find that to be entertainment? I don't know. Don't come back to my channel. That's my philosophy. I'm not going to start spouting religious bullshit at you. That's just wrong on a lot of different levels. It's wrong psychologically. You have to have a self-loathing hatred for yourself to buy women for $25 or $30 a night that have been with one man yesterday, 3 men yesterday, 5 men this week, 15 men this month, and any disease that any of the men have, or any of the women that the men slept with, and you think this is normal? You're playing Russian roulette. Then to play Russian roulette with drinking alcohol and popping Viagra, that's more Russian roulette. You are a bunch of sick, twisted, morally individuals. Now, I watched about 20 minutes of that show yesterday, and I saw what I wanted to see, and I didn't say anything to anybody. It's not my show. It's not my place to comment on somebody else's show and give my opinion in the comment section, because I'm just going to get blocked. So I don't even bother. I didn't even leave a comment. But on my show, I say what I want. And that is totally disgusting and immoral. Amoral, immoral, disgusting, hygienically disgusting. Psychologically, you have to have a self-loathing hatred to do that kind of shit. I mean, it's not much different than, now, you could believe whatever you want. In my life, since I was born, I have never actively seen heroin. I don't know what heroin looks like. I've never seen it in real life. I've seen it on TV. I've never seen a bag of it, even a little tray bag that they used to sell, $3 bags. I don't know what it's like. I've seen people high on heroin, but I've also seen people that would give somebody else their needle. This is going back into the 70s. They called it a kit. It had the rubber band and the spoon, and actually, that kit had a glass syringe with the finger holes on it and shit like that. But that's Russian roulette. And that guy who gave the other guy his kit, both of those guys are dead. Joey Puma, Puma, died of AIDS back in the early 80s. AIDS had just come out, and he got it from sharing needles. And he wasn't gay, that's for sure. He was a man's man when we were growing up. So he wasn't gay, and he got AIDS from sharing needles. I mean, they all used him, Deefy. Deefy was the one he lent the kit to. Michael Teofilo and Joey Puma, and a couple of other guys. That Joey Johnson. Joey Johnson died. They were all friends. Grice did not die. He didn't do heroin. But anyway, that's what people got from sharing needles. It's Russian roulette. So these girls, whatever diseases, or he thinks that a pill is going to fix his problem. A pill isn't going to fix his problem. Something the size of a pill could probably fix his problem, but pills are not going to. An antibiotic pill that he took for 3 days, he goes, I feel wonderful. Anything I had in my body is cleared out. Because the girls in Thailand, this is what I learned about Thailand, every 3 weeks they have to take a test. And if the girl took a test yesterday and the test came back clean, well, that girl is probably clean. But if the girl slept with 8 or 10 men between that test and the time you're going to tell everybody what she tastes like, well, those men may have slept with a couple of different women. So now there's 75 to 100,000 people involved. So because she came back clean on the 1st of the month, and now it's the 10th of the month, doesn't mean she's still clean. So this is sick. This is Russian roulette. And you people find that entertainment, and you give people like that money. I don't see anything intelligent about it, and I have specifically asked anybody that goes to his channel to not come back on my channel or watch my channel and don't comment. It's not complicated. If you want to watch the show, if you want to learn how to do some things, if you want to see me work out in the heat or see a 65-year-old man how hard he can work still at the age of 65 or whatever, and you want to watch the show. But don't come on my channel and jerk me around. I'm not going to let that happen. It's my channel. I built up the channel. I bet you if you go to that guy's channel, whatever his name was, Michael, I bet you if you go to his channel, I bet you he doesn't have a playlist. Michael Fazio's best videos. I bet you he doesn't have a portion of his channel where you could see liked videos. And you go and looked at what videos he liked, and you see Michael Fazio video, Michael Fazio video, Michael Fazio. I bet you he doesn't have any of that shit. He doesn't give a shit about me, and I don't give a shit about him. But don't come on my channel and waste my time. Does he have a Facebook account that he posts my videos on his Facebook account? Does he have a Twitter account where he passes the links on to the people on Twitter? He doesn't do any of that shit. He doesn't give a shit about me. No respect whatsoever. And apparently I gave him back a lot more respect than he's given me, because I can't find his channel. Therefore, there are no playlists. Therefore, there are no like videos. Therefore, he doesn't tweet me out to people on Twitter. Therefore, he doesn't put me on Facebook. Therefore, he does nothing for me. This is not some bizarro land request I make. If you're not helping me financially do what I want to do, like I'm here working to keep you entertained, well then fucking go someplace else. I'm not here for your entertainment. I'm here because I want to be here. But I'm not here to answer your worthless... How many cockroaches are there in the Philippines? Think about that question. The Philippines is 7,000 islands? Think about the totality of the question. 7,000 little pieces of land, several hundred square miles, or several thousand square miles, stretching from Palawan to the other end of Mindanao, which is Mindanao to here is 250 miles, and Palawan's out there that way 200 miles, and Luzon is 250 miles. So the Philippines is 250 miles wide and 500 miles long. How many cockroaches are in the Philippines? Do you really have to ask? You want to waste time? Go waste time starting a new channel, and then you could put some more stupid questions up there. I'll just start blocking people from the first stupid question. Somebody asked me an intelligent question, I might answer it. If they start commenting one right after the other, I might leave it up on the board. But I have no obligation to you whatsoever to answer your question. None whatsoever. And I'm telling you, there was a guy that I was friends with for years that went on Slob's channel and praised him like he was the best thing since sliced white bread. It's his prerogative. He can do that. But I don't want him back on my channel. I didn't block him. I hope he shows me the respect to not come back. But if he does, And he's a, you know, he's not welcome to come back on my channel. But I won't let you know who it is if he comes on my channel. I'm not going to air out my dirty laundry by insulting someone who was once my friend, but no longer so. My fate pizza. Oh my God. I wish I had some pizza now. That's a great comment. I haven't had a now you passport. You have he freaks everybody up, Passport TV. He lives in Cluj, Romania. Cluj, I think it's Cluj. They have real food in Romania, not the shit that you get here. Now, there is a place here that you could buy close to real pizza, but it's been closed since the lockdown started. And anything after that is not worth the time of day to go to the restaurant. It's 125 pesos there, 125 pesos back. That's $5 for travel fees and $10 for a pizza pie this big. I could eat 2 of them, no problem. And they're not as good as the other place that was charging $11 for a pizza pie that was that big. So I haven't had pizza in last time I had pizza, I think, was on my birthday in September of 2020. 2020, yeah, that might have been 7-8 months ago. There's no good pizza here. But Passport, he's got this freaking stuffed cheesecake with fruit in it, pierogies. Pierogies are cabbage with pork and spices rolled up, olives, different types of spices. They have real food in Cluj. They have real food in Cluj, Romania. They have, I got to tell you too, they have real women that look like women that we grew up with in America. Yes, Romania. They have real women there. I've not seen an ugly woman on Passport TV's channel. Every one of them are built figure 8 style. Every one of them are attractive. And it's not just the women that he's with at parties. It's everybody at the party, everybody at the park, everybody on the road, everybody on the camping trip, everybody at the wedding or the birthday party, whatever it is. All the women look like exotic women. And it's probably because of the good food. And that pizza was okay, but it's nothing compared to, the Giuseppe's pizza is hands down the best. So if Giuseppe's is a 10, the La Bella, or La Biva, whatever, La Bella pizza is 7.5. Not anywhere near as good as Giuseppe's. Giuseppe's has meat that's thick. You can't see through the meat. And the other place has meat that is, you could see through it. You could see the sauce through it. It's good pizza for here in the Philippines, but it's also $10 for a 9.5-inch pie. So when we're talking about cost of living in the Philippines, a Filipino man or woman makes $10 a day. So if they buy 1 pizza pie and have 2 glasses of water, and Filipinos don't tip, so don't include a tip. I tip always, but Filipinos don't tip. So if one Filipino man takes his wife out for a pizza and they split 1 pizza pie, he spent an entire day's wages on that pizza pie. Now, if you were in America and you made $150 a day, that would be the equivalent of you spending $150 for a pizza pie. And for $150, You could go have two of the best steaks. You could go have Four Seasons steaks down in Brooklyn, or Porterhouse Steaks, or even filet mignon in the city, or French restaurants. They suck. I never ate at a French restaurant there. I enjoyed the food. Meals are too small, too much garlic, too much spice. I don't like French, but I'm just saying. But would you spend $150 for a pizza pie? No. So if you go to this other place that was the second best pizza, and you sit down, and in my case, I had ordered an anchovy pie. I had about half of that. I ordered a pepperoni with sausage pie. I had about half of that. That's in America. That pie was in America. And I ordered a calzone. So the calzones were 550 pesos, with meat 650. So that was 650. And the pies with meat on them were 500. So that was 1,650 pesos. And then I ordered a pie to go. So that was another 500. So that was 2,150 pesos. I brought in several people to the restaurant on several different occasions over the last year. Now, I don't expect the man to give me a break on the price of the food, but then they put, by mistake, they put a 10% VAT tax on that. I said, "Oh, what are you doing with this VAT tax?" Oh, we're sorry, Michael. So they would have put it on and I would have paid it, but I caught it and I didn't pay it. Because they're not paying that tax. It's all cash. So stop the bullshit. It's not like it went through a computer at an ICM mall or the Bohol Mall. He's just charging me that money. And the first place, Giuseppe's, they have another. Besides the VAT tax, which they charge you, they put 10% service charge for the table fee. So the 550 peso cheese pie is 10% VAT tax, that's 600 pesos, and 10%, 660 pesos. So that's $13 for a pie about that big that you can eat by yourself, no problem. So there's no good pizza place. So now you said something. This was homemade today. I'm only going to eat half and then finish it later. Yeah, okay. Thanks for mentioning that. So that coffee pizza, that was actually, I think that was a Papa John's pizza, because it was, and actually Papa John's made a pretty good pie. That Papa John's in Key Largo, because you're talking about all $1 million houses around that Papa John's. So they gave you the best. Papa John uses great. I worked in that Papa John's. They used grade A pork for the pork sausages, and they used Palio mozzarella and Palio. They used good grating cheese. So that was a Papa John's pizza, and it was a good pie. And they give you the pepperoncinis, and they give you a side order of hot sauce and a side order of Parmesan cheese. All that shit costs money, but that was a good Papa John's. It wasn't like a cheap Papa John's place. And that was one of my that's some oddball video I did. Some of my most oddball videos were the ones with the biggest views. Some stupid video that I would make, like you have become a walking ATM machine. I just was rambling on, walking around, talking to the locals, and that video got a lot of views. And the one about my toenail, my blackened toenail, when I first got to the Philippines, the Rabbi Chewbacca gets a pedicure. Stupid, worthless video that I would have thought got 40 views has 500,000 views on my channel. So strange what goes off on YouTube. And that's what YouTube does. They give you a lot of views on worthless videos. That's their agenda, is to dumb you down. Okay, so this is a pair of aviation duckbills, and this is a pair of Bell South dikes. And you can't see it, but I'll show you how good this is high quality stuff. After 50 years, you can't, the light that comes through that pair of dikes right there, look how even that light is. Let's see if you could, look how perfectly even that light is. Only the tip is touching. And there's a reason for that. It's so that you could nip off a piece of wire. And the rest of it is exactly even. No nicks or scrapes. There's a good, and I got these back in the early 1970s or late 60s from my uncle. Daisy. I saw Daisy. Yes, Daisy. No, you and Daisy were outside a pizza place. That pizza was that was a pretty good pie. That guy. That was the place where the chair, they didn't have a railing around the perimeter of the platform, and I fell off the rail. I fell 3 feet down onto the concrete, and the guy didn't want to compensate me in any way, shape, or form. I told him I want to go to the hospital. He said, "Go ahead." I said, "Well, are you going to pay for it?" He goes, "No, I'm not going to pay for it. You fell off the." Yeah, okay. So that was Noel's Pizza. I never went back there. And he made a good pie, but I never went back there. And because he had no insurance, I asked him if he had insurance. He had no insurance. I was the second person to fall off that platform in 2 days. He had the table set up where there was 6 inches of room. When the average person sat at the outside edge of the platform table, there was between 6 or 7 inches and a foot of space. So when you get up from a chair, you typically get up and push the chair back. Sometimes you'll sit back down and just push yourself forward. Well, I did. I pushed the chair back, and then I sat back down, and the chair was on the platform, and then it just rolled off, and I almost broke my wrist. In fact, it was worse than a break. It was sprained. It was probably a year before the pain went away. And so I took all of his pizza reviews down. They were all good reviews, too. It wasn't like he made good pizza. They had good service. They gave you good sauce. But he wasn't. I said, I got to go to the hospital. This is going to cost me some money. Do you have insurance? No, you fell off the thing. That's on you. And that's how it is here in the Philippines. So I said, okay. And no argument. I can go back in the restaurant anytime I want. I never will. And I would never go back there. Nor will I say anything bad about his pie or his restaurant. And now that restaurant was shut down during the lockdown. And the entire platform now had to have a railing put up around the outside of the whole platform. And I don't know what it cost him to put the railing on, but the whole thing had to be a completely different configuration. There's no more, it's impossible to push the chair and fall back off the platform. Many people fell off the platform, but they just don't give a shit here in the Philippines. They don't care. They don't care. So that one was, yeah, that's the video. That's definitely the video. They don't give a shit if you, and nobody gave a shit. Daisy talked to the guy, to the manager. The guy was Italian from Italy, the owner of the pizza place, but the manager was Filipina. They didn't give a shit that I fell. I said, well, if I have to go to the hospital, you're going to pay? Oh, no. I said, no. You have no insurance? No, you fell, you have to pay the bill. I'm not going to start a big argument. I've been hurt worse than that. But you lost, what, 15, 18 videos I had up? You lost me recommending your store? How many hundreds of people came to your store because of me? You lost 300,000 pesos since I took those videos down. Because if you were in Alona Beach and you Google Alona Beach Pizza, bam, my video showed up. Those videos had 11,000 views. Lots of people went to his restaurant because of my videos. So not only did he make several 100,000 pesos from me, but he wasn't willing to give me any money for my injuries because of his neglect. Yeah, his food was very good. I just won't go back, and I took his videos down. I can't do much more than that. I'm not going to start making bad mouthing pizzerias. I'm not like the closet dweller who got himself in deep shit because he did that. But this happened long before the closet dweller abused his pizzeria review. And his pizzeria review may have had a lot of merit to it. The pie was burnt and it was cold and all that other happy horse shit. But you can't do that shit in the Philippines. You can't do that here. If you don't like something, just say hello and goodbye and leave. Don't go back. To argue with these people? Here. You want to argue with a Filipino? There you go. There's a piece of wood. Practice with this. Practice with this wood. Here. Talk to the red dot. That's how much respect you're going to get back if you start arguing in a Filipino business. Or this guy was Italian, but he was in the Philippines for 30 years. You're not going to get any respect. You're not going to get anything, any compensation. You could forget that. And all you're going to do is get aggravated. And you're going to end up leaving, and you won't be able to go back in there. I'll never go back in there anyway. There's nothing in that pizzeria that would ever entice me to go back in there. His pizza is better than the one that's open now, the other place. But I would never go back there. If someone said to me, let's go to Noel's Pizza, I would, nah, I don't want to go there. You go there if you want. I won't say anything bad about his place, but I won't go there. He will never make another penny from me in positive pizza reviews or in sales. Never going to happen. Okay, so tomorrow I'll finish. So this sewing kit goes away. This is another sewing kit. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta put my sewing kit away, and I'll put, let's see, this is a pair of what? This is a 4. Okay. I think I'll just put these 4s here. I'll mix some up. I'll probably mix up the rest of the glue, the epoxy in the morning, and I'll epoxy this stuff. I don't know that I'm going to work tomorrow or not. I have some other stuff to do in this house. I bought mothballs, and I have some things that I took out of boxes from America that I don't want termites to get into the wooden products that I have. So I'm going to put, I bought some clear plastic. I'll get that when I get up. I bought some clear plastic visqueen, industrial grade, thick, I don't know, 12 millimeter, 12 mil, whatever they call it. I'll show it to you. And I'm gonna wrap those wooden products up and tape them closed, and then I'm gonna put mothballs in just before I close it up all the way, and put something I built when I was in high school, part of a wing, and I bought this plastic visqueen because I'm broke and I have no money to buy extra oddball stuff. But I bought this stuff. I'm going to wrap up my wing bay. I'm going to wrap up. Okay, bye bye, Passport. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later. You have a nice day. I'm going to wrap up the stuff with this heavy duty industrial grade. Now, the reason I bought clear and I didn't put it in black trash bags is because my wing bay that I built in high school is part of a real wing bay of a real airplane. It's a job. It takes 1 semester to make the rib for the wing bay, 6 months. 6 months and another 6 months to make the outside ribs, which are just cutouts of solid wood, and put the skinned open fabric on the wing bay. So it's an entire year of work, of 3 periods a day of shop work to do a couple of oddball things besides the wing bay. You had to make a chop block that you would use this X-Acto saw. Actually, this is probably one of the saws from high school. You would use this saw blade to cut the fir lumber that would make the rib, and you had to cut gusset plates and little bronze nails and stuff like that. So if I put it in black plastic trash bags and termites get in there, I would never see the termites, and they would chew it up, and it would disappear in days, months. A month it would be gone. And I got the right hand of God, that's got to go. The left hand of God's got to go away, and a snatch block, a big heavy duty snatch block, a 1-ton snatch block. So that's all going away in this plastic visqueen. And that's probably going to be tomorrow's job, because I think the following day I'll go back up on the roof and finish the plywood. Probably. Okay, so I'll put the tools up here. Tools, wire. These tools can stay here because that's where they go. My good glasses can go in here. My wire strippers. I also have to make 3 extension cords, one for behind me over here where this clamp is going to get a light underneath this piece of wood here. There's going to be a light under here, under this table here, under this shelf where the clamp is. There's a shelf. I got a little light. I don't know that it's going to be big enough to do what I want it for. It's this table behind me here. This table here, this is the wing bay. This table here is for the plans. That it's big enough to put my plans for the hotel on. So I'll have a reading light on top of that shelf, and that's my plans table. So I got to clear that off. So I got to get the wing bay stored in deep storage, so with the mothballs in this plastic, so the termites can't get to the. Termites don't like mothballs. Ants don't like mothballs. Cockroaches don't like mothballs. So, and the mothballs will not harm in any way, shape, or form. The mothballs won't hurt the products that I'm putting in the mothballs. So, that'll be okay.
Secrets of the dollar bill.
And so I have the snatch block, which is, see, now that disappeared. I don't know why that disappeared. This is a pain in the neck, I gotta tell you. There it is right there, okay. the snatch block, the wing bay, the left hand of God, and the left hand of God, and I have I have just a couple of other things that have to be, the boxes have to be taped up, because the problem here in the Philippines is even you put the stuff in boxes, the termites eat the boxes. This fucking place is amazing. I didn't know all the crap that termites eat. This piece of wood was next to another piece of wood. See the little white dots there on the wood? That's not a product of the wood. That's termite, the acid that the termites excrete, like the urine or the poo. It leaves a little mark. They ate the piece of wood that was next to this. They turned it into dust. But they didn't touch this piece of wood because it has aromatic oil in it. And but cardboard, now you can have cardboard from America that the termites will not touch. They won't go near it. And you have another box right next to it from America, and they'll eat it. They'll just turn it into dust. Philippines cardboard, they turn into dust. All Philippines cardboard. It's because they're putting the glue in the cardboard and the plywood that the termites like to eat. And in America, some of the cardboard is made with that kind of glue and some is not. It's really messed up. There's a lot of setbacks to living here. You got to know a lot of. I try to make you people understand what it's like living here, but you never will understand unless you live here. And if you're rich, you probably will never understand because you won't have to. You won't have to deal with the locals on their level. And their level is, let me tell you something. I get along well with all the locals. But 4 years ago now, or three years ago, on New Year's Day, my water line and my landlord's water line, who actually controls this whole community, they travel together from the main line, from the trunk line, from the manifold, okay? Now, apparently my water pipe was broke, but no one knew it was my water pipe. It could have been my landlord's water pipe. My landlord is responsible for throwing New Year's Eve parties, fiesta parties, 300, 400, 500, 600 people, birthday parties, 100, 200 people, special holidays in the Philippines. Everybody's invited. I give her the money for the rent, and the next day 25 people come over and they have breakfast, a nice healthy breakfast. She gives it all away. And yet the locals that come to her house and take a free meal didn't know it was my water or her water, and the water pipe broke, and I wasn't getting any water. I thought maybe they shut the water off or there was a water pipe broke. I wasn't getting any water at all. So I said, well, let me go out and check. And there's no reason for my pipe to be broke. It's under the ground. Well, I went out and checked. And then the pipe was broke. But I didn't know that until like 6 o'clock in the morning. And when I walked up to the hole, one of the guys said to me, "Oh, your pipe is broke." He didn't know it was my pipe, but he knows he does do construction, so he knew it was either my pipe or my landlord's pipe. So he had to make like an effort that he was doing me a favor. So why didn't you tell me? And this guy walks, this is his house, his entrance to his house is he has to walk over that water pipe 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 times a day. I didn't get any water the night before New Year's Eve, and I didn't get any water New Year's morning. So he knew the pipe was broke. And he had already walked to the beach and back by 6 o'clock when I went out there, 6:15, 7, whatever time it was. So he had walked to the beach and back, so he saw it for sure in the light of day. And then when I walked by, he goes, "Oh yeah, your water pipe is broke." Like he's doing me a favor. I said, "Why didn't you tell me that yesterday?" "Oh, well, they have no reason. They're not mad at me." But this woman who gives him food and feeds his wife and children hundreds of meals, they just don't think like we think. There's a water pipe broke in the street. It's either you, or you. You knock on their door and tell this one of your houses has a broken water pipe. No, they don't think like that here. They don't think like that here. Even though they couldn't afford to pay the extra 5 meters that was come out of the pipe, or 6 meters, whatever it was, which was only like 180 pesos, $4. Even though they couldn't afford that extra $4 for the month, they don't think that to help the people that are putting food in their mouth. They didn't know if it was my pipe or my landlord's pipe, or they didn't knock on anybody's door. They didn't say anything. You gotta listen. You gotta live here to understand the mentality of these people. They couldn't afford to pay the extra water bill. They know it's a leak. They know it's either one of 2 houses, but they wouldn't take the time. He walked by me at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to the beach and come back. He saw me. We said good morning, but he didn't tell me the water was leaking. Why? He's not mad at me. Just fucked up in the head. That's what it is. I'm very happy with the way this turned out. Yeah, you want to move to the Philippines. You better have a lot of money, and you better be prepared for shit that you got to just look at it. I was talking to a guy yesterday. About something. Well, I won't tell you what I was talking to him about, but this is beautiful. Very nice. The next time I mix glue, I put the smallest amount of glue on the threads of that screw and it'll lock in. I was talking to a guy yesterday, a foreigner. He and me, him and I, everything I just told you. If it wasn't me, he wouldn't even talk to you about it. Because him and I have been friends for going on 5 years. He would 100% agree with everything I just said. Everything. So I was talking to him about what he pays some of the local men. Because one of the local men asked me for 900 pesos a day, which I would never give him that much. That's twice what a hard laborer gets. And he knew nothing about construction. So why would I pay somebody 900 pesos when I could get a guy that's relatively smart in construction for 500? Okay? That's the wage here, 500 pesos a day for a good construction laborer. So another man asked me for a job not so long ago, and I said, "How much do you want?" He goes, "I have to get 500 pesos a day for 8 hours. Well, this guy shows up an hour late, leaves a half hour early, takes an hour for his break, leaves for work, always has something to do. And when you're not watching, he's on the other side of the wall smoking a cigarette. Well, I would never hire him under those conditions. So I said to my friend, how much do you pay him when you hire him? Because he hires him to do yard work, cut the weeds, stuff like that. He goes, I give him, if he works all day, I give him 250 pesos. That's what he's worth. He's worth 250 pesos because he only gives you half a day's work. He could do the work of 4 men too. Then he'd be worth 500, 600 pesos on a salary, but he won't. They prefer not to work, not to earn money, and to go take a couple of coconuts off the tree or go fishing. Go grab a couple of bait fish. Whatever's available. They prefer not to work. That's how it is here. You got to get used to this. This is not. It's not easy to get used to that. I asked those boys yesterday if they wanted to work. Yeah, they said. The one guy said. I said, what do you want to do? I said, do you want to try to do some construction? My future contractor is looking for some laborers. You want to do construction? Oh, no construction. What do you want to do? And he goes like this. Kidding around. I said, you want to play basketball to make a living? He goes, yeah. I said, do you know how to play basketball? I've never seen him play basketball. There's a basketball hoop up the block. I've never seen him play. He doesn't walk down the street bouncing a basketball and behind his back and in front of him and stuff like that. But he wants to be a basketball star. This very, very laid back community. Very laid back. That's where he is. Okay, this piece of wood can go right here. Beautiful place for that. I can put this right there on top of that piece of wood right there. I can put this plastic. I'll put the glasses back up here. Put the plastic on top of the tarpaulin. Put the screwdriver. I don't need the screwdriver here anymore. I need to bring that wire in from outside tomorrow. I'll start building those cords, put the wing bay away, the block. Because I have to get ready to move this house. That's another thing, a little project that I have. So, it only has to be moved this far, 19 inches. 19 inches. To move the house 19 inches, I'm going to need to go to the lumberyard and get the lumberyard to make a special cut. 16-foot 4 by 10 planks. I'm going to need, I think, well, if I had 6 of them, I'd be good. I think I could do it with 4, but if I had 6, that would be better. Because I have to jack the house up and then slide the house on the planks. But it's going to take a whole day to crib underneath the center of the house and around the sides of the house and pick the house up. Jack it up. And then it'll take another day to slide it over. Maybe 2 days to pick it up and crib it properly. And then, of course, I have to put pillars down, some concrete block pillars, and fill those up with cement and rock or whatever. Just a quick pillar. I got to build the pillars first. Then put the planks on top of them and for the jacking and stuff like that and cribbing. No big deal. Just a few days work. Maybe 4 days, maybe 5 days. But I also have to move. There's electric, the plumbing, the septic. There's a bunch of stuff that has to get done. So that's another project that I have. And being that you can't go anywhere. I can't go get my rebar bender still since last March. Yeah, the lockdown is a wonderful thing, yeah? If you go to Manila now, okay, you can only spend, yep, in case you're wondering what it's like to live here and to try to go, if you had something to do in Manila, let's say, and that's where the rebar bender is, you can't, me, I don't have the knowledge to go to Manila and come back right now. I don't know how to do that. There's a list of stuff that has to be done. To go to the barangay captain, and you have to get a swab. But your travel itinerary is such that you have to be in Manila and gone from Manila in 72 hours. Well, I don't know that I can get the rebar bender, bring it to the port, pay my dock stamps. What if it's raining? And what if the inspector's not on duty? Or what if the dock master isn't on duty? I don't know that I could go to Manila and get back in 72 hours. Then you have to go to quarantine for 6 days, I think. So who would take care of the rebar bender at the dock? If I can't. It's amazing. They have effectively destroyed the economy in the Philippines. Effectively have. Now we don't have a lot of crime around here because there's coconuts and fish. There's the ocean right there. Somebody's hungry, they can go out and get sea urchins. They can get snails. They can catch fish. They can buy a gill net and catch baby fish, or they could have coconuts. That's why we don't have crime here, because there's still hunter-gathering type things to happen here. But other places that they have effectively destroyed the economy, people are dying of starvation everywhere. I made new coffee yesterday. I have I made new coffee yesterday. There's 100-cup bags. I'll show it to you. Why I have so much. Why I'm still going at 6 o'clock. There's these bags here. This is a instant coffee, and it weighs 200 grams, and it makes 100 cups of coffee, right? Makes 100 cups of coffee if you just take a teaspoon. But I mixed that in with some I think it's called buko sugar, some kind of natural brown sugar. It's like brown sugar. It's natural. Well, this morning, when I have it in a big bottle, when I turned it over, it was dark at 5 o'clock this morning. I put the coffee and the sugar mix in the cup, and then I let it sit for half an hour. When the sugar melts, then I drink it. Well, I didn't realize how much sugar was in the how much coffee was in the cup. I do now. It's a lot. I have to be more careful. It was enough to keep me going all day. But then again, I didn't work outside and do heavy work, so it didn't wear off fast like it normally does. But it was just a little too much. All right, then I'll say goodbye to all you people out there that thank you for not commenting. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show. If you do want to comment, put your comment towards somebody else that's on that left a comment. You guys can converse all you want, but I don't want to talk to you. Thank you very much. Nothing personal. It could be. And so let's see. Did I miss anything? Oh, I found what I found yesterday. I found a can of imported Italian tomatoes from Italy. And two pints of Progresso red wine vinegar and 1 pint of honey, pure from the Honeyman. I found a whole pint of it. I'm very happy about that. I had found one about a month and a half ago, but I found another one. And a liter of, not a liter, 700 milliliters of coconut oil for frying stuff. But I don't like that taste of that shit anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But, yeah. Have a nice day. Thanks for stopping by. I'm Ping Permy from Michael Fazio in the Philippines, and I will be doing the chores that I said I was going to do before tomorrow. But I may come on early. I think I'm going to start early. I'll leave a message on Hoodwinked that I'm going to start early on Alpha Male. I may even start as early as 8 o'clock. I don't have anything else to do. And I want to get a lot of stuff done tomorrow. I want to put another layer of glue on some of these glasses, finish up that project altogether. And I want to get that stuff away. Yesterday I did laundry. I could have brought it to the laundromat, but by the time I go there, and then go there and pick it up again, that's like 2 hours altogether. I can do the laundry in 2 hours, so the trip there and back and talking to the people, easier to do myself. I keep busy. I don't just sit in a closet and talk about other people's wives or girlfriends. You know who you are. Have a nice day. And God day to everybody from Michael Fazio in the Philippines. And of course, Amping Permi, which means take care always. That's right. Only in the Philippines, baby.